eyes have seen the confusion of the Father. Her handmaiden, who places her trust in thee, my God.
This is terrible, man.
In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Please stop! You're scared yet, Jamie?
All right, we're live here at the Station of Decapitation Without Your Head. I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by the director and co-writer and producer, Todd E. Braley.
What's up, everybody?
Good to see you. Producer and star, Debra Lamb.
Hello.
Co-writer and producer, Itai. I'm sorry. How do you say the first
Itai.
name? Itai Guberman. I should have asked that beforehand if I was professional and knew what I was doing. It's only the 20th year doing the show. I probably should know that. And the return of Bill Oberst Jr., Bishop Dwyer.
That's a really good trailer. It's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, it's scary.
Well, that's the whole point. That's we want to make sure that thing. We want people to be scared. You know, that was the whole idea behind doing this movie. You know, everybody's making gory movies, but we need something to just absolutely scare the living dog, you know what, out of you.
And for people who don't know, we're talking about Shadows of the Night. We just watched a trailer. Name's up here, and you have the Indiegogo. People can help get it made. And something that came up a lot in the Indiegogo videos is you got everyone talking about wanting to make a scary movie.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just kind of one of the things that when I decided to, you know, when the idea got brought up, I thought, you know, there's so many people out there making gore. Horror is not just horror as of late has just been gory. And I just thought, you know, we need to do something that's scary, something that people can relate to, and something that, you know, that they're, you know, it's going to make them, when they turn the lights off after they watch the movie, they're going to be like, should I turn this light off? Should I not turn the light off? If I turn the light off, I need to run from my door to the bed and jump into bed and pull the blankets over my head. And that was my whole, was the whole idea behind doing this, because of it's actually based on a true story that happened to me when I was a kid. So you know, we want to make sure that people are just terrified watching this movie.
We'll talk more about that, about being based on something that happened to you. Debra, I know in the video you talked about being involved in Shadows of the Night for like a year. So how did you get involved and what interested you?
Well, it began when Todd was posting things about a short film he was doing, Shadows of the Night. And I was like, and of course I had already worked with him on You Like to Draw a few years ago. And You Like to Draw started out as a short. So I very much encouraged him, Todd, this story for You Like to Draw, it's just too good. You have to make this a feature film. And so he did, and it came out great. So when I saw him doing this one, and in between he had made a couple little shorts. And so when he was working on this one, he put out a little teaser trailer for the short. I was like, hey, this looks really good. So I was, of course, talking to him and saying, this looks really good, Todd. It looks great. So then not too much longer after that, I saw that he posted on Facebook saying that he was going to make it a feature film. And I messaged him saying, hey, Todd, I'm so happy you're making this a feature film because this looks really good. So then not long after that, he got me in a meeting and asked me if I'd like to be oh, there I am. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a second.
So he asked me shortly after if I would like to be in the film, and he gave me the whole story, the entire story of the film, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I love it. I love it." So I came aboard, and then very shortly after that, I came on as a producer.
Now, Itai, how did you? So did Todd like have the idea, the story, and then you guys got together and wrote it? How did that work?
Yeah. Lately, Todd and I have been doing this a fair bit, I think. Todd has a concept he wants to kind of run by me, and then we kind of sit down and sort of hash it out and develop it further and further, and always starts off as some kind of a short and becomes a feature. That happens a lot. But yeah, we kind of mapped out the whole story, and I think about it half an hour meeting at one point, and then Todd just said, "Do you want to write this together?" I said, "Sure." Yeah, because I really love the idea. I thought this would make an excellent script. So that's what we've been doing.
Todd, since it was something that's like based on something that happened to you, what was the experience like writing it with someone, co-writing it with someone else?
Let's just say sometimes I don't play well with others. And that's, I hope people don't take that as a bad thing. I'm just so used to having to do everything myself. When it comes time, when you get people that actually want to, that have the same thought process as you, that wants to work and wants to create something, it's kind of one of those things that, when I asked Itai about, helping me with this, Itai doesn't get excited about much. He's I don't know how would you put yourself in that realm?
I just try to think about things a lot first, so I process them rather than get excited. And I've seen a lot over the years, so not much gets me excited, I guess.
Yeah. So when I talked to him about it, and he just really, he was like, when his eyebrows raise, then you got something. And so basically what I did was I kind of came up, I already had an outline put together for it. And my son Jaden and my wife, actually, with the three of us, kind of developed the basic outline of, first act, second act, third act. And I started writing. And then at that point, Itai was like, okay, start sending me, as you're writing, send me scenes, let me take a look. And he'd send stuff back. And so it's a good collaboration because there's no real, a lot of collaborations I've seen and heard of in the past when people are writing can be very, I don't know, for lack of a better word, toxic, I guess. And people get mad about one thing or the other. But Itai, he never had a change that he didn't have a reason for. And then I would look at it and go, yeah, but most of what the changes that he was making was just, I'm really good at typing out a lot of stuff, and Itai's really good at taking 5 sentences that I wrote and narrowing it down into 2 sentences. So people aren't constantly with their dialogue having this long old what is a monologue, basically, for one line. He's really good at shaving that stuff back, and then also helping me to shape the story, getting from point A to point B. So,
and Bill, in the video, like right away, you're really selling this movie because you seem super genuine, like that you get some scripts that aren't, great. And this one really is. And plus you're very intense in the video. You're scary in the video. So you're gonna be scary in the movie. But so what was it about the script that, really made it different from other scripts you read?
I believe in evil. I believe that there's something rotten at the core of humanity. It's really rotten, and it stinks. And all the talk that we have about human nobility and human goodness is put to the lie, because there's something in every single one of us that laughs at all of that stuff. It laughs at every idea we have of anything that's good or noble or right or true. And that's evil. And it can nest wherever it finds a nest. And I've experienced it. And I know it's real. And so when I see a script that deals with it intelligently and honestly, which was why The Exorcist is the classic that it is, because it doesn't make it a joke, I get excited.
That's a good point about The Exorcist, because sometimes the devil is portrayed as, you almost want to root for the bad guy in a lot of movies.
Always,
but
always.
The devil's just is vulgar in every level in that movie.
Neal, we are really, really bad to take something that stinks with rot and decay and dress it up and act as if it's cute. We're a very smart ass culture. We love to do anything that seems as if it might be in any way earnest or serious or threatening to us. We love to be flippant about. And I'm not flippant about evil. And I want to be a part of projects that leave people with this queasy feeling that there's something really bad out there. I like people having that feeling, because, you know, forewarned is forearmed. And that's why I love the script for Shadows of the Night.
Wow. You're selling it again. And Todd, what was it about Bill? Or, you know, who approached Bill? Like, we want Bill for this. And
I'm gonna let Itai tell that story, because that was all him. That was all him. So go ahead, Itai.
Well, I will go and say that was all Bill. Because for me, you know, Bill and I, we've been friends for a while. We've been contacting each other via email mostly, and every now and again via chat. But since we started this project, and when I went into it as a co-writer, I always had Bill in my mind as one of the characters, as the Bishop Dwyer character, and I kept throwing his name in there, you know, kind of saying, "How about Bill Oberst Jr.? How about Bill Oberst Jr.?" And Todd was like, "Yeah, that could work." And at one point, we had a much bigger budget, so all kinds of names were thrown around, and I just kept thinking, I'll keep Bill's name in there, and we'll see where we go. And eventually, we came back to where we are now with the budget and everything, and we thought, all right, it's time to cast. So I said to Todd, "What about Bill Oberst Jr.?" And Todd said, "That would really work. He's perfect for it." So yeah, I always had Bill in my mind as I was visualizing the script and writing it. And when Bill said yes, I was like, that is going to work.
Yeah.
Well, my motto is, because you can't afford Willem Dafoe.
I never pictured Willem Dafoe.
No, Willem Dafoe never came up. Just
and I love Willem Dafoe too.
Yeah. That's not bad company to be in. So
No.
Yeah. Well, I like that. A lot of people like what you said about, and I obviously keep watching this, but also watch the video afterwards, because everyone involved is very into it.
You'll have to play Bill's video later.
Yeah, I'll play it later on the show for everybody.
And
yeah,
Debra, I think you and I have a couple of really good scenes.
Yes, and Bill, I don't know if you remember or realize, but there were 2 films we were supposed to be in together that at different points in time, and both those films either fell through completely or they got an entirely different cast. And so when Todd told me that Itai's good friends with you and that he was talking to you, I was like, oh my God, that's so perfect. Oh, and I was like so overjoyed at the thought of, finally getting to work with you. I've admired you for a very long time.
Well, obviously the reverse is true, Debra. I've wanted to work with you for a long time.
Oh.
So yeah, it's sad when you get thrown together with somebody you really want to work with and then the project goes away. So guys, you have to make this movie so Deborah and I can do these scenes.
It's happening. It's happening
Okay.
for sure.
All right.
It is. This film is not even close to not being made. It is being made. Don't worry.
Good. Good.
We just need a few more bucks. Just a few.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also for if you're watching this and hopefully you guys have made the goal by the time people watch this, I don't want people to think, oh, you know, they're fine now, because that's always like the bare minimum, I assume, to make the movie. I've been involved in some stuff, and it's the bare minimum to make the movie, and it would always be better if you have, you know, a little bit more than the goal. So it's not like if you see, oh, they hit it, I don't have to help anymore.
Right.
There's all kinds of cool perks, and it's awesome to be part of, you know, something that's going to be made.
Well, the one thing about this, getting involved in whatever manner that you can be involved in, for the people out there that have contributed to our Indiegogo, is that whether they're, you know, we have a couple of people coming on as inmates, we have people that will have their voices in the film, and people that will have their pictures in the film. But no matter what the involvement, big or small, in this film, they're going to be really, you know, once this film is made and it gets out there, they are going to be so thrilled that they got a chance to be even just a small part of this film. Because, well, you know, for one, when I made the announcement on Facebook, and Instagram too, but when I made the announcement of Bill Oberst being cast in our film, the response was overwhelming. People went nuts. They went bananas. They're like, oh my God, I love Bill so much. And I'm like, yes, I love him too. So that right there is a big plus. Plus we have, we've rounded our cast with some great name talent, as well as some new, I wouldn't call them newcomers. They're not newcomers, but people that aren't as well known. And so it's a very nice rounded out cast. But not only are people helping us by contributing, of course, it's important that we, you know, make as much money as we can for this film, but that they themselves get to be a part of this film.
I would like to point out too, for those who are watching, I hear all the time, my group who I hear from tends to involve a lot of gals. I call them my dark gals. You know, really sweet, a little goth, a little dark around the edges, which is great. No matter what age they are.
I can picture you having a bunch of goth girls following you.
So what I want to say is that this film has really strong female energy.
Yeah.
And strong female leads, and more than one. It's not token. There's a lot of female energy in this film. And so I would ask my ladies to think about kicking in for that reason, because I hear all the time, you know, give us strong female leads in horror, and I'm all about it.
Well, our female lead who plays Jamie, she's a 14-year-old girl who is at the core of this story. The actress we have for her is fantastic, and I've seen her audition tape, and she's very good. Also, we have another friend of hers who's a friend in real life, who's playing her friend in the film, and then we have Katie Wallen, who's a very good friend of mine from when I worked with her on Finding Nicole a couple years ago, and she's magnificent. And then myself, I'm playing the grandmother, and I'm a big influence to the character Jamie. So you're right, there is a big female presence in this film. Yeah.
Yeah, Alyssa Ramirez is going to be playing Jackie, Jamie's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
So
Brie and Alexandria as well.
Oh,
yeah.
and
Characters, yeah.
Yeah,
Bree Frank playing the girl in the video. Yes.
Yeah,
the woman.
Lacey. And then Alexandria, here we go. This is the mouthful.
Eller Heiligen.
Eller Heiligen is going to be playing Jamie's mother. And,
right.
So, yeah, I mean, and all of the characters, the one thing that I love about when I talk to Itai about writing, you know, everybody I saw the movie Heat, I felt like
There's my friend Glinda. Thank you, Glinda. Yes, strong female characters, strong female leads. Yes, thank you. I'm this little goth
That's
fangirl.
Courtney Webb. That's
oh, is that Courtney? Okay.
I love Courtney. Hello, Courtney.
Hi, Courtney.
So
Courtney's a great artist.
oh, cool.
So yeah, that was just the one thing. After I saw Heat, I felt like any movie I make after that, everybody that's in the movie has to have some kind of background. You know, that was the one thing about what Michael Mann did with Heat that was, to me, was so really impacted how I put my scripts together, is to make sure that everybody has an existence. They're not just a throwaway character. They're there for a reason. And that's, you know, that was important to me. And I also feel like, you know, to have a female lead or to have, you know, to have strong female characters is, you know, important in, you know, to just show, because I mean, I don't want to sound like this is some kind of political thing, but it really isn't. But I always felt like it was something important to show women not just as, you know, the token girlfriend or the token child or things like that. So you know, when putting this together, you know, originally Jamie and Jackie were boys. And when I got no response for young male actors, but the young female actors were like, hey, you know, and then when their parents are messaging me saying, can that character be a girl? Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, and that's something else that we try to do, is make sure that maybe the characters could be either or, you know.
It's better with girls. It's better. They're more interesting.
Yeah. You know what? You're right, though. You're right, Bill. It is.
Well, specifically here, it's much better because of the relationship between Debra's character and her granddaughter in the script, now granddaughter. If it would have been a grandson, it would have been a bit different, I think. It worked much better with females. And then with Jack, who was the boy friend from school, turned into a girl, we just said, yeah, we'll just make it Jackie. That works best. You know, so that was just an easy transition. And I don't think we necessarily thought about this as, you know, we need to put female characters in the film. I think just Todd and I believe that strong female characters just make a film better. So it's sort of already in the back of our minds, and it just came naturally as we were working on the script.
And Todd, can you talk about what the real instance that inspired the story?
Yeah, when I was younger, back in 1979, I believe it was, or 78, when The Exorcist first aired on television. So the first time I saw The Exorcist was the watered down, the absolute as watered down as you could get version of that movie. And it just scared the absolute living shit out of me, for lack of a better word. And but after we watched the film, for a week after we watched it, all kinds of weird stuff happened at our house. My grandmother was visiting at that time, and I had a conversation with her, and then discovered she wasn't in the room. And we had shadows that would come around the corner, and you're waiting for somebody to be there, you know, thinking maybe it was my mom or my dad or even my grandmother. And then shadows come around the corner, and then there's nothing there. Sounds that were not normal happened in the house, you know, not necessarily like screams, but like things that would like knock, you know, it'd be like one knock, and then within a few seconds another knock, you know, things like those kind of sounds and weird And then we also, my brother and I went to school one day. After we had picked our room up, we went to school and we came back home, and our room was a disaster, and there was nobody home that day. So yeah, it was just really weird. And then after that, we watched, I think The Exorcist was on a Saturday, and then like by the following Sunday, that was it. Nothing ever happened again. There was not another trace. But when I brought that up in another podcast of what had happened, Itai says, that would make a really good movie. And I thought, yeah, it would make a good movie. What can I do with this to bring it in, to make it relatable and bring it into today? Obviously we can't use The Exorcist due to copyright stuff, but so I sat down and I thought about it. And again, I got with my son and my wife, and my wife is really good when I ask her something about, an idea here or there. She's really good, and she doesn't have to think about it while I'm talking. You can see her brain working, and then by the time I finish, she's got an answer. So yeah, then from there, we told the story about the script, and then and here we are.
Yeah,
we're gonna make a really scary ass movie.
I see someone mention here in the chat that there's a producer credit available. So if anyone would like to talk about I know. If you'd like to talk about the perks for Shadows of the Night, and what are the cool things people can get.
And that's a typo. It should be credits plural.
Oh, correct.
But yeah.
So yeah, that's where it came from. And then my ex-son-in-law had done a lot of dark web digging. And so because of his, what I learned from him, and as far as the some of the stuff on the dark web, I took some of what I learned from him and used that. And then of course I did some homework as well. That was one thing that I really appreciated from Bill when we initially talked to him about being a part of this, that you brought up, Bill, that you could tell we had done our homework with this. And, there's nothing worse than watching something that, you can look and go, come on, that's not how that goes. That's, and I really think that, and I get doing dramatic, taking dramatic license, but at some point you got to take responsibility and give people, stuff that really can happen, or how something is actually done. I made sure that I did my homework on how exorcisms are actually, even though we don't necessarily are doing an exorcism, but in the video that's being played on the website that Jamie finds, I wanted to make sure that it was right, that we had the right stuff, that we had that what was being said. I bought the Catholic book on the right to exorcism, and that's what Peter Goldthwait as Father Benchley is reading from in that video that you see when the girl's strapped to the bed. So, and then we have Kazuo Salazar, who's playing Father Ryan, who speaks Latin. Bill found out Bill speaks Latin as well. So that was something else that he said, hey, I speak Latin. What if oh, hell yeah. Let's do that. Let's add that in there. And then we'll put the subtitles down below as he's reading in Latin. We'll put the subtitles below. And so it's just kind of one of those things that I really felt that if we're going to do this, do it right, and not, because I'm a horror nut. I love horror movies, but I haven't been a fan of them in the last few years. So I just felt like we needed something scary again.
I like the use of the dark web, because even if someone out there doesn't believe a supernatural evil, there's definitely evil on the internet, and if there is a bigger evil, like Bill was saying, that's a tool that it could use to get to everyone, since everyone's on the internet.
Yeah, and that was something. I mean, there's actually a line in the movie where Jamie is in her computer class and she asks her teacher if the internet is or if the dark web is evil, and or if the internet is evil, and he kind of questions why she's asking that, and then she comes back and she goes, well, the dark web is evil, and then somebody makes a crack about TikTok in the class. So it's definitely, you just hear about some pretty heinous things that are found on the dark web, and to me that's the only place that we could go that would be able to bring an evil spirit back onto our plane from, because you could probably do it on Facebook if you tried hard enough, but
And necessary evil, I guess. But Itai, did you want to talk about some of the perks? So you mentioned producer credits.
Well, actually, I'll let Todd talk about the perks. He knows them in detail better than I do.
Oh, okay. Give me a second here.
Because we just had a few that sold out, so there'll be probably some new secret perks coming out soon as well.
Yeah, we've got right now. I'm not sure what this next secret perk is, but we just sold out of remote roles. So basically,
get possessed by a demon in real life. That's
okay.
The next perk.
All right, I'll talk to Abel Berry, who's been our Indiegogo guru, who's been helping us with the campaign. You can be a mental patient. You can also we have signed DVD and Blu-rays that you can get. We have what's called the Big Bundle, and that includes digital downloads, IMDb credits, signed Blu-rays, limited edition poster, and a screen prop that was used in the film. You can get your face in the movie. You can get your voice in the movie. You can be an associate producer. You can get your work in the film, which would consist of either if you're a band and you have a song, that we could do that, or if you have a piece of art that you would like us to, hang up on a wall or something, and we make sure that we see that. We have that. And then we have executive producer credits. And then
associate producer too.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, you. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, associate producer. So yeah. So I mean, we've got quite a few, and we've got more coming. So that's basically that's what we've got. We tried not to make too many. We didn't want some people's heads explode when you give them too many choices.
Yeah.
So
no, and I like that they're mostly stuff to be associated in the movie, which that's fun for everybody to watch a movie, even if you just see your name in the special thanks, or cooler, they could get your art in the movie, your name, your picture, your voice, whatever, some of your music, that stuff all really. I mean, when all of us were growing up, you would never see that. You wouldn't say, "Oh, there's my art that I drew, and now it's in this movie."
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
Yeah. Or be an actual, like a producer on a movie, see your name up on the screen. That's a big one that I try to push out to people, because I believe in this movie so much that this is the first time I'm going to be flying to the US for the production. So,
oh wow, I was actually I had that in my notes. I was wondering how that works. Since you're in Australia, people don't know it's far away from you, from the United States. So, how does that work right now? And why this movie? did you decide to come to the U.S. for?
The decision to come to the US had a lot to do with the people involved. Bill and I have been trying to work together on a film for a long time. So even though I'm not directing, it would be great to be on set there and work with Bill and Debra, and just to get the sort of feel of it, of how productions work sort of in the US is an interesting thing for me. But something we don't talk as much about is we're actually going to make another film in that time. I'm going to be there for a few months. So yeah, we're making a drama, but making 2 films in one trip, that was really the what sealed the deal for me. I was like, okay, yeah. I'm coming.
That's cool. Bill, this is a question about your talk about evil in movies, how it's portrayed in movies. When you actually play though, like the bad guy in a movie that people like, how does that affect you? Does that bother you at all, or how do you approach that kind of character?
You mean playing the bad guy, or playing?
Yeah, if you're playing a bad guy, but it's a bad guy that like has a fan base.
Oh, they always have a fan base, always, and they have a fan base with me. I can't play them unless I have it in me. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, what I take it as, like, there's a particular movie that's getting a sequel coming up, and I played a really heinous character, and it has a pretty good fan base. And I hear all the time from people who say that they really like this.
Yeah, I'm pretty
really
sure
reprehensible character. But I take that as a compliment, because on the surface, we're laughing and saying, ooh, really cool. But somewhere deep inside, there's got to be that recognition of, that's real evil. And if it could inhabit that person, if Bill played it so convincingly that I could believe that it was actually in there, it could be in me too. And so I see it all as a cautionary tale. Maybe I'm deluding myself, but that's the way I see
it. Which film is it that you're doing the sequel
Circus
for?
of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
Popcorn. Fantastic film. The first one, and a sequel coming.
Yeah, and if evil characters weren't charismatic and you were drawn to them, they wouldn't have followers and stuff.
But you know what's funny, Neal? If you play an evil person, or a person who's doing really, really bad things, if you play it well and you play it honestly, they will always be charismatic and will always be drawn to it, because we all secretly think about it. Mm-hmm. And we only let our thoughts go so far. But what if we let them go just a little further, and then just a little further, and just a little further? I think that's why we like to see them. It's not wish fulfillment, but it's real curiosity. Like when somebody cuts me off in traffic and I imagine their car flipping over and me riding by going, ha ha. Okay.
Yeah.
What if it actually happened? Just once out of the 1,000 times I've thought it, what if it happened? What would I feel? Would I truly be horrified, or would I think as I did in my fantasy? Ha ha! It's a terrible thought.
Right. And playing it out a little bit, watching a movie is a lot better than going out and doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
Debra, since you've been doing more producing lately, I still doing a lot of acting, but what got you involved in that line, in helping produce films?
Well, there was a couple films that I produced a little over 10 years ago, probably 11, 12 years ago. There were 2 films I was a producer on. Well, one of them I wasn't so much an active producer, was Disciples, and then with Joe Hollow, then we did A Blood Story, which I was very involved producer as well as executive producer on that one. On Disciples, I was an executive producer, but we had some ideas about some films we wanted to make. So he came up with his script for A Blood Story as I was working on a script on my end, and he beat me to it. I was working a full-time job at the time, so I didn't have as much time to, sit and write. But so we made A Blood Story, and it came out very well. He's in the process right now of he's recut both of those films. Those will be re-released in the near future, both those Disciples and A Blood Story. So and then there was a couple other films that I had my fingers in. But when I'm part of a production, more times than not, I mean, there's plenty of productions where I just come in as an actor and I'm just an actor, I just come in, do my thing and go. But because there's a handful. Oh, John Wood says disciples. Thank you, John. So there's a handful of filmmakers who I've grown close to, like Todd here and some other people. My friend John Rain, who I'll be doing Vampire Penance with, and also there's a few others. And so when I come on, especially over the last few years, I've become more and more selective about films I take on. So a lot of times I end up having so much interest in the project that I start just being there as a helpful person. And a lot of times people will really welcome my help, and then they'll want me to get more involved, and then I just end up being a producer. And so it's just kind of a very organic, natural progression for me. I also am a writer, and I have a couple scripts that aren't written, but they're in my head to write. I had a script several years ago that was half done, and it was I really loved it. I have all my notes still, but my computer got malware. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to save that script. I still have it in my head, but there's a couple scripts that I have that one of these days, when the right time comes, I will go ahead and flesh those out, and then perhaps someday direct them, produce them, whatever happens with those. But I really love collaboration. I love being on the production side of things. There's a few other films that I have filmmakers that wanted to get me involved as an actor, and just with my discussions with them, because, I'm been in the business a really long time, so I'm able to give them advice and what direction they should go in, give them some good ideas, and then they just naturally want me to get more and more involved, and then I end up being a producer. So, and that's kind of what happened with Todd too. He brought me on board as the character of Rose, and then very shortly after, I came on as a producer because I knew that I could really help the production.
And she has.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, but once you have Shadows of the Night, completed, what do you guys want to do with it? Do you want to do you want to do festivals? Do you want to try to get it out on, what's your plan for Shadows of the Night?
Well, we've already discussed festivals, and then from there, if we could somehow do something about a little, a limited release theatrical, that would be kind of cool. Although theaters are becoming less and less of a thing anymore for a lot of people.
It's more likely. I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion, but it is more likely now, I think, for independent horror than it was, a few years ago, with the success of Terrifier 2. Not to talk about that other clown guy, but
yeah.
that did help.
What other clown guy? There's only one.
Right.
But and then of course streaming. Streaming's been, at least for me, been really good. I've learned a lot about marketing for streaming. I've done a handful of things that have really upped the views for some of our past projects, like digital billboards, believe it or not, because you can do those all over the United States. And I've done it, and I've seen the spike in views on places like Tubi and Amazon, and by using those digital billboards. So I've done that. In between Itai and Debra, they're just, I wish I had the the stamina to stay on social media for the amount of time that they spend promoting not only our projects but other people's projects. So we've got an awesome team. We've got a great cast. We got an awesome crew. We just brought on this amazing cinematographer, Carson McKinnon from Utah, and he's bringing a couple of his guys with him. And he just sent me some screenshots of a project that he just finished, and it looks gorgeous. And the dude knows how to light, he knows how to shoot, and his team is pretty badass. So this isn't going to be Joe Blow with a handy cam. This is going to be a good quality project. And he asked me when he asked me after only talking to him for a couple of minutes. He says, now, are we going to do a lot of static shots? And I'm like, no, dude, this movie is going to move. I want to be on the steady cam. I want to be on the camera dolly. I want to, maybe do some handheld stuff, but this thing is always going to be moving. I said, the static shots are going to be extremely far and few between. And when I said that, he goes, all right, dude, I'm in. So yeah. And he's a young kid too. I mean, he's 24 now. He just turned 24. And I know a handful of people, when I said how old he was, were kind of like, young kid. No, this dude's been messing with cameras since he was 8. And he knew what he wanted to be when he was 13. That he wanted to be a cinematographer, and it shows in everything that he's done in the last, and he's only been doing it now professionally for 3.5 years.
Well, I think it's good to have a good mix of veteran people with a lot of experience and new minds who know like the equipment or just have new ideas on how to shoot something. I think that to mix that up is ideal.
Yeah, when Todd sent me over his reel, I was like, oh my God. I was so ecstatic. And then when I found out that, okay, we've got him, I was so happy. I'm like, oh my God, this guy is going to do a great job. And because in the end, when this film gets made and people see it, I definitely want people to say it's a real film, Jack.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing that I've always tried to,
I think you're the only one that got my reference, Todd.
Yeah. Nobody else had ever just.
No, you guys haven't seen Boogie Nights? Come on.
Oh, I have. Yeah, I have. I did not catch the line though.
It's a real film, Jack.
It's a real film, Jack.
Real film, Jack.
That's awesome. But the trying to make sure that, it's one thing to be creative, but there's a point where being creative or even being experimental has to kind of, there are some shots you just can't be creative with, and especially when it comes to conversations, you don't want to take away from a conversation. I mean, I was telling you earlier, Neal, that I am like beside myself to shoot the scene between Debra and Bill, just because I know what I'm going to get from both of them. And the way it's already in my head. It's already finished. It's already edited. We just have to go do it now. So it's just going to be one of those scenes that people are, when it's going to be over, your mouths are going to be on the floor, because it's just going to be one of those, when you have talents like we have within those two, you're not gonna, it's just something that is just going to be, again, your mouth will be on the floor, especially, when the scene is done, you'd just be like, Yes. So there's gonna be a lot of 10-year-old Todd jumping up and down.
That's great. And I'm very excited that Debra and Bill will get to work together first time. I'm a fan of both Debra and Bill, and I like them as people too. Yeah, so that's always a plus. So.
I have to say, you know, I've been sitting here and I'm just mesmerized by Bill's face. You know, I keep that video you did for us, you know, saying how good the script was so good. And I was like, I just look at you and I think, oh, he's so delicious. Oh gosh. You know, I couldn't be more excited to be working with you. I'm like, oh God, you know, you're just so good. And
I think you have a new goth girl following you here.
I was going to say, Debra, what are you doing? We can't have Bill blushing. He's supposed to be evil.
I feel the same way, Debra. You have tremendous eyes, and eyes are all there is. You know, there's like a Robert De Niro video somewhere on YouTube where someone's asking him, "What do you do on camera?" And he says, "Nothing." And it took me a long time to realize that that's true. It's really just eyes, and you have them.
Oh, thank you. That's very touching. That's very flattering. Thank you so much.
Well, and speaking of eyes, the one other thing that I don't think many people notice in that video that Bill did for our Indiegogo is for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the man does not blink.
That's what I was gonna say.
At all.
I was gonna say
at all. And because my wife and I were watching it, when it was over, she goes, "Did he blink?" I'm like, "No, he didn't blink." She's like,
"Why would you blink?"
Yeah,
blinking is optional.
Because most of us can't do Jack Nicholson for 2.5 minutes.
It's very intense. And was that purposeful? Was that in your mind? You don't blink while you're doing this.
I don't like blinking. That's why, like in Walmart, if I say, "Excuse me," people will start backing away, and then I remember, oh, I should blink. Smile to look more friendly. I don't like blinking.
That's awesome.
You're scaring people in Walmart.
Very anti-blinking, yeah.
I'm sorry. Like that, yeah. I don't know. Get away from him, honey.
Yeah.
Leading the children away slowly. Yeah. Come on, Johnny, let's go the other direction.
Yeah.
I can just see Todd directing Bill now in the film. Bill, less blinking. You blink in that take.
Yeah. That'll be one he won't need. Itai, doing my indie projects, your website. Todd kind of talked about this, like Tubi and stuff, the rise of the streaming sites, and how has that changed over the last few years for independent horror films? Like streaming? The platforms, yeah, streaming, just the different platforms to get the movies out there.
Well, the beautiful thing is that now we have somewhere to put them, and some of them actually pay fairly. And Tubi is really the big one as far as whenever Todd and I talk about it, it's like, yep, Tubi is really all we want, because a lot of the other ones just don't pay well enough. And it just doesn't feel, fair. But these days, because you have to go through aggregators, you have no control of where the film goes as far as streaming. So, it's just basically us trying to get our films onto Tubi, because Tubi pays fairly. And before that, I think Amazon used to be kind of fair in the past, and then they just
they were very fair. My movie Misfit, the movie I did, Misfit, we did that movie for $3,500, and in the first year and a half that it was on there, before I turned it over to distributor, we made like $11,000.
Wow.
It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you put what it cost us to make it to what it made in a year and a half, that was but then they had the independent film purge.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
And
yeah, that
now
was
they pay
bad.
they
They
pay
pay
It's
cents
like
for
pennies for
thousands of views. Yeah, and another thing that's what Todd just touched on is distribution. Self-distribution is now more a thing. We can actually do that. We don't need to go to distributors and experience the horror stories that everybody's talking about, which we have as well in the past, because we can do it ourselves. It's a lot of work. It's not easy, and it might not get as much exposure on the overall, but it gets enough, and we find ways to get to people and put it in front of people. So basically, the independent thing has become a bit, a lot more independent.
Yeah. I don't want to make the show about me, but so I just had my first feature film, and it played festivals, and we're self-distributing it, and it should be out in May. But
Yeah,
we had the crowdfunder to get it made and everything.
And which one is that, Neal?
The Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2, which has our mutual friend Trista Robinson is the lead of End Zone.
Oh, wonderful! And was Michael and Sophia involved in making that film?
Yeah, so it was me, Michael, and Sophia made the film. So it was
okay.
Mike. Yeah, we wrote Once a Future Smash. I produced it, and anyway, yeah, they're out there. So I'm in them, which that's not a selling point, but we do have a link here.
Well, Trista Robinson's in it. That's the selling point.
Yeah.
I'm now thinking we need to get Neal in Shadows of the Night.
I'm totally down for this. Yes.
He can be in one of the creepy websites on the dark web, or one of the creepy videos on the dark web.
Yeah.
I don't even need to act for that. That's just
it's built in.
So we have the link here, and I'll put it in the description too. Shadows of the Night. You got some merchandise.
Yeah, my son Jaden.
Yeah.
Yep, he just put together a store for us with hats and shirts and blankets and coffee cups. The coffee cups are actually pretty cool. It has the artwork that Abel put together on the front, and on the back of it, it says "The dark web just got darker" on it, and there's some pretty cool merch there. So he just opened that up. All the money that we make from that is going to go straight to the film. So if maybe the campaign's a little out of your reach, we got some awesome stuff on the on that. Yeah, you had me at coffee. Thanks, Dave. Then you could go on there and pick something up. So, so yeah, that's definitely cool.
Well, there's a lot of there's a lot of ways to get involved with our film. Obviously we can't thank everyone enough for all their love and support. I have friends who, they can't afford to contribute to the campaign, but they've shared it. They share the all our posts. They'll share on a continuous basis, share the posts. And, there's so many people out there that have contributed whatever amounts. Some people will just not even get a perk. They'll just contribute, throw us a few bucks our way, and we're always grateful for that. And, and then some people have come on in a big way. We've had a couple of people get the executive producer perk or act in the film perk. And we have a couple private investors too. So, but we really are so grateful for everyone who's reached out to help us or to see how they could get involved. But, we have so many ways that doesn't cost a lot to get involved in the film. Even the get your voice in the film, get your face in the film. Pretty soon we're going to have, for secret perks, cut off a finger, send it, we'll throw it in on the set, blood and all, just, whatever.
Yeah, and I say if you can't afford it, just sell your car, sell your house. Yeah, easy.
You've got 9 other fingers. You'll be all right.
You
No,
got
we don't.
another
We don't.
thing. Yeah, selling body parts.
Sell a kidney.
There you go. There you go. Sell a kidney.
Not
And
to
for
us.
whatever-
Not to us.
Right. And for whatever reason, you can't do any of these. Even sharing it helps. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
there's
Oh, cool
sure
shirt.
enough.
Cool shirt.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna order a blanket.
I saw
Oh.
the blankets. They're pretty
Did you
cool.
see the blanket? You should
Yeah.
you should put that blanket up there
Yeah, I'll
because
get
it
that.
looks.
1 second.
How about socks? What about Shadows of the Night socks?
Oh, I
Debra
don't
wants
know.
socks.
I'll ask Jay. About
Yeah. I could go for a pair of Shadows of the Night socks.
that.
What about boxer shorts?
Yeah.
Deborah is wearing her pajamas. We saw earlier. Might have been before you went live.
my pajama bottoms, because
I actually really am too. I actually have Yeti pajama pants on. But
I'm not wearing any pants.
oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought that was pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a
Well,
fleece
and I was gonna
blanket.
say, Bill is looking mighty dapper. Bill
I
looks,
know.
Yeah.
he looks nice. You look nice, Bill.
Classed up.
Well,
the,
I mean,
the show.
when you meet people, you want to.
That's it.
What's the lapel pin?
Oh, it's the Wolfman.
Ah,
Of course it
Amazing.
is.
It's the
I've got
stamp
many-
that came out about 15 years ago, and it's rare. Makeup artist named Star Jones, on a picture I did, gave this to me because I love the Wolfman so much, and so I treasure it.
wow,
Wow,
that's
very nice.
nice.
Yeah.
Todd, we need to make pins. Bishop Dwyer pins.
I'm
Yeah,
a big
pins are
Wolfman
big.
fan
Wire-
myself here. We got
Oh, there we
Deborah
go.
Wolfman
cool.
over here.
That's a good point. A Bishop Dwyer pin would be really cool. That would be really cool. People would go for that.
I'd
Yeah.
wear that. People will go, is that Bill Oberst Jr.? I'll go, no, that's Bishop Dwyer.
Or magnets, because that's something that I need. I just realized I need a Bishop Dwyer Bill Oberst magnet to put on my refrigerator.
No,
Okay, Jaden, you need to get us some
Pins.
Bishop Dwyer pins,
Mhm.
and Deborah requests a Bishop Dwyer magnet. So
And socks.
Put that on your list.
uh-oh. I think, Bill, when you left here, I think we might have lost the audio on you.
Oh, who?
Say something,
On
Bill. Can Bill hear us? Can you?
Yeah.
Again?
He might have to go out and come back in.
Oh,
Get out and then come back in. Out and in.
We need the signage.
Yeah, where's
the
the sign?
sign.
Where's the sign?
Where's your sign?
But I know actually Deborah needs to go, so we probably will
Yeah.
be wrapping up here anyway.
Okay.
soon, but-
Bye, Bill.
Deborah.
Bye. I have to go. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
But- so everyone, go and help out Shadows of the Night. And,
these guys can keep hanging out with you.
Well, I do have another guest
Oh,
scheduled.
it's time to
so
go
That's why.
anyway.
That's why I scheduled the second guest.
Good
and-
timing.
Yeah, it worked out
Okay,
well. So
perfect. Okay, well, Bill might be coming back. You'll have to kick him out again.
that's all right. He could come and he can come back.
I think
So
he couldn't hear us, so he thought
He
we were
can't- he
going.
can't
I
hear
think
us.
he's-
All right,
Yeah.
you guys. Thank you for everybody watching. Thank
Yeah.
you, Glinda. There's
And when-
Glinda. Thank you, Glinda. Great interview, she says.
Oh, very
My
nice.
friend John Wood was on earlier, and I'm sure there's other people out there I know or friends of one of us.
Yeah, it was a lot of people here. Volker, Hannenman.
Volker was here. Yeah.
Volker.
Oh, okay,
There he
bye.
is.
Thank you, Volker. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, and
All
we'll have
right,
you guys back when Shadows of the Night when you guys have it made, or whenever you guys want back.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right.
Thank you
so
for
Bye,
having
you
us,
guys.
Neal.
Yeah, of
Fun,
course.
man.
Thanks everyone for doing it.
Thanks for
Good to
having
meet
us
everybody.
on.
Yeah, I've known Itai for a long time. Never actually talked to him, so this is cool. So
And I was on your show many years ago.
times. Yeah.
In fact, the person that you had opposite me on the little banner was me and Bill Oberst.
Oh, really?
There was
wow.
yeah, you had pictures
Huh.
of me and Bill Oberst. I think you had one of us on and then the other one right after or something
Yeah.
like that.
So that's pretty
Yeah, so
funny.
I got matched up with Bill Oberst. That was fun.
Yeah, it was all foreshadow to Shadows of the Night.
Exactly.
It all
Absolutely.
ties
Nice.
together.
All right.
It was meant to be.
All right. Exactly. All right, we'll see everybody. We'll be
Thanks,
back.
guys.
I'll be back, but we'll
Okay.
see everyone else a little bit later.
Okay.
I'm gonna play something here, and then I'll be back. But
Play
thanks
Bill's
everybody.
video.
Yeah, I'll have to I'll grab the Bill video and I'll play it a little bit later because I don't have it.
Oh,
handy
good.
at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah. All
All
right.
right.
Bye.
Thanks again, Neal.
Thanks again.
I'm gonna play the trailer again, and then I'll be right back. All right.
Great.
All right.
Bye.
And mine eyes have seen the confusion of who places her trust in thee, my God.
This seems terrible, man.
In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Please You scared yet, Jamie?
Are you real?
Of course I'm real.
If those gates are left open, it may be the end of humanity.
I've done them too. Terrible things.
I remember saying you can't be as frightened as I am now and still be alive.
He seeks constantly one thing, and that is to shock the audience.
Horrendously awful things are happening.
The sweetness of life, my darling, is terribly perishable.
I don't have my ear things plugged in.
Everybody down! El Paso police!
Hey, why don't you fill me in?
27 dead bodies all shot in the head. And only one survivor.
I bet he's got one hell of a story to tell.
There are portals back and forth from one realm to the other. Problem is sometimes the portals don't close once they're open. If I don't leave here within the next 90 minutes, we are all going to be dead.
Siento el palpitar de tu sangre en mis ojos.
Detectives, you have no idea what is coming.
All right, and we are back here once again.
Here we are.
Yeah.
I'm not back once again, except from last week. So
Right.
Apologies. I was not here earlier, but I am here now.
Yes. Yeah. Bill Oberst was at it the last minute. That was very cool.
Oh, nice.
So Bill
I
Oberst
remember
Jr.
him.
Yeah, he's great.
A while ago, I was there for an interview with him.
Yes.
It's like a Salem witch hunt thing.
And
was a
yeah,
long
he mentioned on the show that they're making a sequel to Circus of the Dead. His
Really?
yeah, his
Nice.
big killer clown movie.
Awesome. Very sweet.
Sounds very cool. So yeah, it's a great interview. Larry should be on here at some point.
Cool. Dave is painting and eating grilled cheese in quotes. Well, what is it? Is it? Oh, because you're vegan cheese. Gotcha. Are you talking about me? What's going on, Neal? You're looking away. Dave's over here talking about attitudes.
I'm just making sure I have the okay. He's gonna be on at 9. So we got 40 minutes here. I just want to see how long we had.
Yeah, that's fine.
I thought I had 8:30, but I scheduled for 9, so that's cool.
Neal Jones, what? But that's okay, because we can sit here and talk about things that I didn't plan to talk about. We're ready to go, Neal. What are we talking about? Anything in the horror world?
Yes. The Coolidge. Our theater, the Coolidge Corner Theater.
Yes.
The new expansion is done.
Yes.
And it will be opening next Wednesday, this coming Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they going to have an open? I'm sure there will not be room for us, but I can look in my schedule and see about going there, because that would be amazing.
Yeah. I think he said it was Wednesday is when it was. I saw on Facebook. I'm looking at the story now on WBUR.
I actually heard about this on my way to work on NPR public radio, and guess who was on it getting his little interview was Mark.
Oh, really?
It's so
Very
cool. They were talking about how the new theater is like very modern. There's 2 new theater. I think it's 2 new actual theater rooms. One is super big. Well, super big. I think it said 100, maybe 150 people, and the other one's like 50 people.
Okay.
But they're both like, have all the new sound and all the new fancy things, and then they've got the old theater.
Yeah, and they're still keeping the reels and
keeping the ticket window. It's not going to be used anymore. That door is not going to be used anymore, but they're keeping the booth.
Don't have it completely scheduled, but it looks like it's probably going to happen. So coming up on a midnight movie in April, because right now they're doing video game movies, which that everyone's entitled. That's not really my
good for those people.
Yeah, but next month it's all 80s horror movies, which is my thing. And several of them, the first couple I saw were ones that I've seen lots of times and I like. But one of them, oddly enough, is Night of the Comet, which stars Kelly Maroney, who I've been talking to. She was going to actually jump on when we had Chad on, because she's. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is it looks like Kelly Maroney will be on the show live the week of Night of the Comet, playing at Coolidge.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is super, super awesome. Cool.
That's very fun.
Interesting.
She rules. She's a great guest. Been on a couple times.
Yeah.
I know she's never been on the video show though. So.
think I've ever been on an interview with her.
No,
I
she
don't
was
think-
even on our old message board back in the day.
Whoa, I feel sorry for her.
Well, the Without Your Head message board was in it. Well,
Yeah, but it was
in it.
like infected with creepers. But anyways, I'm happy that her memories of creepdom did not keep her away from the beautiful Without Your Head.
Yes. So Troy's on his way home. So he'll be on.
Oh.
And I'm letting him know to
Mhm.
get on
Better get
because
his
his boy Larry's going to be
in the
on.
room.
Yeah. Larry
Dang,
Fessenden.
man. It's a Coolidge. I'm so excited about
No,
that.
here he is.
I forgot about saying that to you about how I heard this radio. Well, this week has been not the best. Hey, speak of the devil. It's Terrible Troy.
Terrible one.
Spider monkeys. Spider monkeys.
What is happening with spider monkeys? What are you talking
I don't know. There's on the Coolidge something page. It's a link tree for Coolidge. And there's one of the things that says Spider Monkeys. Grand opening March 27th.
Me and Troy used to have not spider monkeys. What were the
Sea monkeys.
Sea monkeys.
Sea
Our
monkeys were the
grandfather-
best.
Our grandfather brought us. Neither of us were born, but our grandfather brought a spider monkey home from was it Korea?
I think I've
Where he was
seen
based?
the short from Jim McDonough.
Yeah, but our grandfather actually brought, but he wasn't allowed to bring it into the States. Is from what I remember.
Oh, so it got like its neck snapped. Like, what do they do?
I don't know what they took it away.
I think they just keep it there. Yeah. Probably that
They
guy
just
took
let
it
it
all.
loose. It's like the birds
Yeah.
at Home Depot. It's like this monkey just running around making noise. Yeah.
That guy's grandkids had fun with a spider monkey.
So
Troy,
yeah, I was-
you've seen the Jim McDonough, My Darling Pet Monkey?
I have.
I show that to people that are not even interested in horror. I'm like, you just have to see it. It's the best. It's so good.
Yeah, so wow. So next weekend at Coolidge for the midnight movies. Friday it's Return of the Living Dead, and Saturday it's Night of the Comet. So that's like two
Oh, that's
Wow.
awesome.
That's cool.
really good
Very
ones.
cool.
The week after that is Cemetery Man.
I've never seen that.
Oh, it's a good movie.
I figured
I've
they've
heard
got
the
to
name,
for
but I
the-
can't remember it.
You know what? It makes me so happy because it makes me think that in his heart, Mark is a horror man because the first month of the new theater is going to be horror.
Yes.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
it's not 80s. I think maybe it's zombies. 'Cause it's
Oh,
that and REC, which I'm not sure. Is that
Oh.
zombie? Maybe it's zombie.
I think it's
Yeah, it is zombies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. Yep.
It's zombies or just like zombie like whatever.
Right.
It's-
Because then the
that-
19th is Zombieland
Oh.
and Train to Busan.
Oh, rock on.
Oh, really?
Really
I've
good.
never
Oh,
seen
really?
Oh, you're gonna love it, I think.
Yeah.
I've heard that many times.
And then,
But then once you watch it, then you'll have to watch the prequel, which is an animated one, and it's
Oh,
just
really?
as good. It's amazing.
That's
Yeah.
cool. Did you see the Animatrix?
No.
It's really good. You do not have to like the Matrix. I mean, the Matrix is fine, but the Animatrix is like a film of different short stories having to do with that universe, and it's really cool. It's cool. Recommend. Troy,
Troy, he's
He's
going
like-
to go check it out right now.
It's-
He's like, I'm
Okay.
going to go watch it right this
That's it.
instant.
your
I'm
glass was
listening.
half full. The Neal glass was half full. I'm like, oh, Troy hates me in my movie.
No, I definitely will watch it. I enjoyed the first
Cool.
Matrix. I never watched the second one.
They don't improve with age. I mean, I should say that not age, like looking back. Well, I don't know. Maybe the first one's awful now, but well, Neal and I saw the last one.
Okay.
I believe
never
we
saw
saw that.
Really? I think maybe I started to watch a second and I didn't like it and I just stopped.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think they killed Joe Pantigliano in the first one. So it's like, nah, I'm not watching anymore. Screw that.
Oh.
No Joey Pants, no terrible Troy. That's what I say.
I think you're right on the money with that. No Joey Pants.
Yep.
So
Forget.
Boston
We're gone.
Underground Film Festival started yesterday.
What did?
It's going tonight. Boston Underground Film Festival.
Oh, that's right.
Yesterday was
Really?
immaculate. Today it's going, but we'll be there tomorrow on Friday.
Okay,
through
excellent.
Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, how many days does this thing go total?
Wednesday
5?
till Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah, it's a nice block.
that's too big for me, I think.
Wednesday
Yeah.
they just showed 2 films. It was Immaculate, which has a lot of people are talking about this with Sydney Sweeney,
Yeah. The trailer looks great.
and this movie called Fatal Termination. And let me just grab the still from this because I don't think I showed this when we were talking about the movies the other week. I don't remember this still before. It's pretty wild. And it looks like it's done in it's like practical effects. So hopefully no babies were hurt. But look.
I'm sorry. This is such a funny picture.
Just holding the kid by her hair in a moving car.
And this woman's face.
Yeah, and she's on the hood, so
Yeah.
this isn't good stuff for anybody.
The bodies of
Nothing good's coming from this.
No. The bodies of cops, gangsters, and civilians alike begin to pile up when the goods required for a high-stakes alarm deal goes missing as part of an elaborate scheme to screw over its vicious middleman. But the situation really spirals out of control when 2 married officers are thrust into the middle of it all, forcing them onto the path of a vigilante vengeance. With a star-studded cast, including Girls and Guns legend Moon Lee, Philip Coe, and Ray Liu, and a car chase so irresponsible that you'll never forget. Fatal Termination is one of the wildest Hong Kong action films ever made. Damn.
Wow.
Dear God, so irresponsible. Please tell me this is not a real thing happening. It's like a human rights crime. Oh my Lord. Well, I'm going to pretend that I know for sure that it's not real. So
Right.
I keep finding it hilarious.
Well, maybe that kid's like Bam Bam, and he's just going to put, or she's going to put her feet down and just stop that car.
There you go.
Like the
Exactly.
brakes. Yep.
Oh, Dave's got a good name for this film.
Oh, this is from 1990, that movie.
Oh.
It's not a new movie.
Well,
That was back when you could hang your kid
Yeah,
outside
you
of
could-
your car and drive away.
Right, by their hair.
Yeah.
it's how I turn out to be the amazing person I am today.
Yep.
There's
Keep you on
rules
your
in that
toes
house.
that way.
No, the one before that, the name of the film.
Fatal Termination.
Fetal Termination
I got
is
it.
hilarious.
I got it.
Jeez.
Damn. So yeah, I do like when they show some old. This is an old one. I don't know. I don't really know a lot of like Hong Kong action movies. So, but I do bet that probably would have been a fun one to watch in a theater.
I bet it would.
And
I would
people
think
can
that
sit
would
around
be
and
really
laugh
interesting.
about people being hung outside the windows.
Babies in
Now,
mortal
that's not
terror.
part of the zombie-a-thon, I take it.
No,
I mean,
maybe the sequel is. I don't know.
Wizard of Oz special screening.
But we did miss this one that I was, well, a couple here. Strange Kindness, which are shot in Cape Cod, which is cool. But
Mhm.
the one that has the greatest name, in my opinion, is Humanist Vampire Seeking Consenting Suicidal Person.
I love it.
Nice. That's all right. Yep.
I love it.
So we missed those. But we will be seeing, hopefully we get there in time to see, because the first thing on Friday is the Homegrown Horror.
Oh.
So that'll
yeah.
be a locally made.
Oh,
That's
wow.
on Friday. That's what I was like, I need to get out early.
The Dunwich Horror, they call it. Sorry, Dunwich Horror.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I am looking forward to it. I love shorts blocks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love
you
it.
get-
And
I
they're
mean,
all
great
short.
movie is great, but yeah,
Okay.
those ones are all little nuggets. I don't know if you want to talk about it now. Well, if you've got more things to talk about, but
No,
I
that's
just
what.
saw the whole. I don't know because I've been having a week that there's this whole kerfuffle about some AI thing.
Yes, yeah, I posted it on our group. Some people upset. Some people think AI is awesome.
Well, what is it? Because I genuinely don't know this story.
So
I don't either. This is new to me.
So it's the movie Late Night with the Devil,
Which I haven't seen.
I don't think most people see. But the interview didn't happen that I was supposed to do for. But I seen the movie. But the director used AI to like create 3 images that are like shown like pictures, and then they edited those around to make them look different. But I don't really even understand why you even bothered doing that. Like, couldn't you just had someone, if you're going to edit them anyway?
Wow.
So they
was
had
it like people from the 70s? Like, did they take
Let me grab the whole story
Nixon
here.
and?
So yeah, if
Isn't this
people don't know,
supposed to be like a show from the 70s or something?
yeah, it's like a late night talk show that's happening in the 70s. In conjunction with our amazing graphics and production design team, all of whom worked tirelessly to give this film the 70s aesthetic we had always imagined. We experimented with AI for 3 still images, which we edited further and ultimately appear as very brief interterrestrials in the film. We feel incredibly fortunate to have such a talented and passionate cast, crew, and producing team to go above and beyond to help bring this film to life. We can't wait for everyone to go see it this weekend.
So that's their.
So I think it's just like almost like it's just like little pictures that it's probably like basically nothing, and it's like, you know, if you see like some photos or something in a movie. And
Yeah, Light with Devil clarifies. So is that thing you just read about the clarification? Because it sounds like there was a story that came out that people were like, "What the hell is this?" And they made a response.
I don't know. This seems like a non-issue. I don't really understand.
That's why I'm thinking that it sounds like there must have been some cryptic.
Yeah, well, I think most people when they hear
about it.
AI, they think that like you know, they made the effects with AI or designed something with AI, but
or have like a cast member who's AI.
Right. I don't even know what the point of this was, though, if you're just going to edit it all around anyways.
Yeah.
It's probably just a test. I mean, like everything, they're going to test to see what happens. Or maybe they just wanted the hype because it clearly got it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it definitely did. I don't know if it's I mean, some people are into that. I do think for this particular kind of movie, it does put the people that would go see it off. Not everyone, but I think it's more likely to put off people that would want to go see it than interest people who would want to go see it.
Well, now it's all cleared up, so everyone can enjoy it.
Yeah, I saw it.
What did you think?
I was really looking forward to it. I thought the trailer looked awesome, and I think they captured the look of a 1970s talk show. I was pretty bored for about 45 minutes of the movie, and then like a lot of crazy stuff happens, and it's kind of fun, but I can't really say I love the movie, to be honest. And I know most people are they're already saying it's the best like horror movie ever made or whatever, but definitely not to me. It's fine. It's fine. I think if I would have went in with absolutely no buzz about it, I would have liked it more. I probably still wouldn't have thought it was amazing, but the acting's very strange to me because it's bad. It's like bad acting, but I guess it's purposely that way to be like they're acting on a TV show. You know what I mean? Like they're real people that are trying to perform while they're on a TV show, but it just kind of felt like bad acting to me.
So what is the story to this thing?
The story is that this guy who was like a rival to Johnny Carson, he was like he was opposite Johnny Carson, but never, beat Johnny Carson. and like he was real popular for a while. Then like then Johnny just kept beating him, and his wife died mysteriously, and then from cancer. But there's some weird stuff. They have it opens up that they're at the Grove, which it's the Bohemian Grove.
The giant owl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They never call it the Bohemian Grove for some reason. I'm not sure if you're not allowed to, maybe, but they reference it. And I was like, right away, though, I was like, oh, this gonna be like an Alex Jones movie or something. But so it's kind of like hinting that there's some, occult stuff going on here. And then so his wife gets cancer, she dies, he takes like a year off his show, he comes back, and like right away people are into him. And then like people start to, they like Johnny Carson. They don't really care about him anymore. And then he starts to do like having guests that like come on, and it's almost like a precursor to like morning talk shows when they have people come on and fight and talk about, kind of foolishness, as opposed to like a late night talk show. And that's what he tries to do to get ratings. And then on this big Halloween show, when they're probably going to cancel the show, he gets on someone who's like supposedly possessed or something, and it's been lost forever. The actual complete footage, and this is the supposed uncut footage of that night.
Aha, got it. So, yeah, I can
set up.
Yeah, I think just anything that's not anything, but I like movies with possession.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely not bad in any way. It just I don't think it was like I said, if I would have went in watching without a tremendous amount of hype, I probably would have liked it better.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine though.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of CG.
How many heads would you give it?
Probably like 2.5.
Oh, well, that's not really very good.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably not. It's not really. I didn't really find it very good, honestly. But a lot of CG for all the gore stuff's all CG, and that's not really my deal.
It's okay. It's okay, Neal. You can have your feelings.
Yeah,
you don't have to like it. It's okay. They're clearly not coming on the show.
Yeah, we're going to have the directors on, but yesterday we're supposed to.
Well,
record them,
screw those.
And they didn't even get. They were setting it up, and then they didn't even get back and say we can't set up. It just nothing, just ghosting.
Wow.
Like, wow. You could have said like it's not happening.
Dick move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I didn't expect it to really happen because this was like a pretty big movie, but I would expect the courtesy to then tell me it's not happening. As opposed to say, how does Wednesday at blah, blah, blah work for you? And I say, yep. And then nothing. So. That's odd.
That's okay.
Right.
Their loss.
Yeah. Yep.
So what's going on in the world of horror?
But I thought that about the movie before they don't show the interview. So I don't want that does not affect my my thought of I didn't want to say anything. At the time, though, people asked me what I thought, and I was trying to I did tell one person what I thought, but I don't know. I bet
on the down low, though. I didn't tell anyone.
Yeah, there's good stuff in it, though. It's worth seeing. It's pretty original. Just not that.
And I like the comedian guy, the guy that plays the talk show host.
I do too. He's great as the Polka Dot Man in Suicide Squad. Which is one of the best comic book movies ever made. It's the best non-Batman, non-Joker DC comic book movie. Not the Suicide Squad. That's a pile of shit.
It's a huge pile of shit.
But Suicide Squad, the follow-up, is fantastic. And I kept telling Troy, and he's like, I'm not watching that shit.
Yep.
I was like, you'll like it. And he's like, no,
I loathe the first
it.
one. The first one's so horrible.
I agree. And then he finally gave in and watched it. And I'm like, see?
I said, you're right, James Gunn.
Now I'm going to hype it too much,
wrong.
though.
He's my guy.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear of nunsploitation?
Whoa. I'd be all over that.
It was like Miss 45.
There's 5 nunsploitation horror movies to stream this week. Megan Navarro reports.
What?
And, I know. And I guess because Immaculate came out, it brought up people are now into the nun thing. So I don't know if you've ever heard of any of these things. So this one looks old. Alucarda, which I think of like Dracula spelled backwards is Alucard and Alucarda. Well,
Jack Russell liked it.
Liked Alucarda? What? Two
Oh
people
no, Jack Russell liked A Night of the Devil, I believe.
Oh, I got you.
Late Night with the Devil.
Got you.
So what are these nuns? That's even hard to say.
Nunploitation appears to be alive and well in 2024 with this week's arrival of. This is from bloodydisgusting.com. If I didn't say that, by Megan Navarro. Bless you.
Thank you.
Speaking of nuns, with this week's arrival of Immaculate, convent set horror movie that borrows heavily from 70s Italian horror, the peak era of the exploitation film. Nunsploitation, a subgenre of exploitation films that hit its prime in the late 70s and early 80s, often features nuns behaving badly. More importantly, nunsploitation films explore themes of sexual or religious repression, frequently unleashing scathing critiques of the church through blasphemous images and nuns behaving badly. I don't know if that was like an intentional, like emphasis on
just
nuns
like
behaving
nuns
badly.
behaving badly. I wasn't sure.
This week's streaming picks are dedicated to nunsploitation horror. I guess I
I'm
could
down
probably
with
say,
it.
right? I want to see these. The first
Yeah.
picture, I mean, I love a good old 70s horror movie. Let me send this Mr. Nealio's way here. And then I'll read it as he hopefully finds it. Facebook.
Yeah, I was just looks like we're going to be having a guest on from Bloody Easter coming up, which that'll be pretty wild.
Nice.
Nice.
Easter Bloody
Exploitation. Never heard this before. I'm digging it.
So this first image is from this Alucarda thing. I guess it's being. Have you ever heard of Cult Pix? I haven't heard of Cult Pix. I guess that's the streaming platform.
Oh yeah. I think
like
I
a
actually
place
have it
for
on
me.
my phone. I mean, on
Really?
my TV upstairs, on my Roku
Nice.
TV. Yeah.
So this one, directed and co-written by Juan Lopez Moctezuma. This English language Mexican horror film stars Tina Romero as Alucarda, who was raised by nuns at a repressive Catholic convent. In adolescence, Alucarda finally makes a friend her age in the newly orphaned Justine. They become inseparable, perhaps even more so when they stumble upon a crypt and release a satanic force that seduces the girls and uses them as a conduit to destroy everything in their path. It's art house meets exploitation grindhouse horror. Moctezuma, I'm so sorry if I'm butchering that, weaves a sacrilegious coming-of-age story with striking blood-soaked imagery that slowly earned its cult horror status. That sounds cool. Makes me think of, is it the Blood on Satan's Claws? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you know the movie I'm talking about?
Is that
No.
like an old Hammer film?
Oh my goodness, it's so freaking great. If it's the one I'm thinking of. It's from this similar era, and it's the story of like not Pilgrims, a little bit later than Pilgrims. That era. Puritans, there's Puritans, which I guess Pilgrims.
Yeah. I'm a Puritan.
And there's a town. Yeah, okay. And there's this town, and there are children there, and one of them is a girl who is seducey-ish, and she's satanic, and she ropes all the like children's into Satanist stuff. I can't even begin to describe it. It's super great. It's great. If you haven't seen it, I mean, and you like older horror, I'm pretty sure I gotta check because I don't want to direct you. There's another one that's from that time that I don't think's as good. But on Satan's Claw, and I think this one's on Tubi. You know, it would be even better if I read you the good description. The good description.
By the way, here's a real quick picture of Easter, Bloody Easter.
Oh, nice.
That's amazing. Oh my God,
love
so
that
cute.
thing. I want one.
Right? It's so cute and horrible.
I love it.
That. So The Blood on Satan's Claws, 1971 British supernatural period folklore, directed by Piers Haggard, starring Patrick Warmack, Linda Hayden, and Barry Andrews, set in 18th century England, so not so much Puritans of here. It follows the residents of a rural village whose youth fall under the influence of a demonic presence after a local farmer unearths a mysterious deformed skull buried in a field.
Oh,
It's great.
I have seen that one.
It's so good. If you love that era, it is a
good.
good. It's a good movie. It really is excellent.
I haven't
So,
seen it in a million years. That one.
check it out. It's fantastic. That's one of those movies that I can put on and keep myself occupied with it. Like I love it so much, I can have it like around or fall asleep. And to me, that's like the comfort horror movie. That's when I know it's good. So what is this? Did I get you the next one, Mr. Neal?
All
Did
right,
I
I'm
just
grabbing it.
lose the actual article? That would be sad.
Oh wow, this is a creepy nun.
Let's see here.
I know Rick Chandler out there. He's got a real big. He's like sexy time with anytime he sees.
Yeah, he's got nun fetish. That's a whole other thing. Like that's fine. You can love your nuns. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon. You see all this, but that nun is. I mean, there's someone for everyone.
Yeah. No, I love this. This is creepy as hell.
Oh, I'm liking
So,
that.
This one, director Mariano Baino's first and only feature-length film, Dark Waters, sometimes makes little sense, but it's visually stunning and weird all the same. Love it already. A surreal atmospheric horror film that feels like a throwback to the earlier works of Lucio Fulci and Mario Bava. Okay, I'm in. This dreamlike story follows a woman who travels to an isolated island to find out why her father funded a monastery there before he died. A cult horror with a demonic presence, this one unfolds a dream logic nightmare filled with unforgettable imagery and a wild ending. That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Especially when the nun looks like old man Barrymore, like in drag, which I love. You know, it's like Lionel Barrymore in drag. I've always wanted that, and I never knew.
Now you
Thank you. That
right
movie.
there. And this
Very
and it says where they're at too.
That's interesting.
So this one is through the AMC Plus, Midnight Pulp, Screambox, Shudder, and Tubi. So for those who do not have subscription services, you can get it on Tubi, which is really nice.
I'm a big fan of Tubi. The guys earlier were talking about Tubi's the best paying for independent filmmakers.
So
That's
you know, I know there's some grievances with the Tubi changes, but I mean it's free. What can you do? They've got to do what they've got to do to keep it going. You know, they've got some commercials, but you don't pay for it. Like
I know, yeah, you can't
complain about it. It's like, what can you do? So the next one, I know Neal and I have seen on the big screen, and it's amazing.
I'm saving.
I don't know if Troy has seen it, but it's great.
I don't think Troy's a fan, honestly, and I'm a big fan.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a slow burn for sure.
It's not.
So if I mention Oliver Reed, do you know what I'm talking about already?
Oh yes.
Oliver
I'm not
Reed
a
and
fan of
Nuns.
that movie.
Come on now.
Not a fan.
No, look at her.
I found that to
Come
be the
on,
most
man.
unintentionally funny movie I've ever watched.
So you kind of like it.
I'll watch Tommy instead.
All right. I haven't seen Tommy since I was in high school.
Tommy, can you hear me? I watched recently.
You guys were pinball wizards the other day.
Yeah, you know what?
That's very true.
So we played some pinball, played a lot of pinball, and ever since, I feel like really lame, but this muscle down here and both my arms have been very sore ever since. And I was like,
Neal's working out.
Working out playing pinball, but it was, I think it's hitting the buttons here on the side. And
That and you always, when we'd smack it, when the ball was doing like
That's
evil
true.
things, you'd smack
ball
the
kept-
machine.
Troy kept getting warnings. He was almost.
I know I didn't tilt, but I came close.
But the ball would get stuck
Troy.
was the thing. And one time it bounced and was on top of stuff and wouldn't do anything. And I
then
even
you
took a
gotta
video
go.
of it. And it wouldn't move. And then the machines, when it gets stuck, it starts to go. Blah, 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 it must. And then after a while, it just said ball lost. And then it just went to me. It totally
Gave
lost
up.
it.
It was
Lights.
Yeah.
They should give you an extra. If
I
it lost
know.
it, that's not your fault.
But they did have a few like horror based machines.
Yeah, lots of them.
What was
Jaws?
didn't you have like a really cool one? Jaws. How was it?
Awesome.
It lived up to the hype. It was unbelievable. Tons of clips from the movie, like it just
And the
so
little
good.
like
Yeah.
And then it was awesome. Like if you'd shoot the ball and it would just go down the chute, and you get a save ball, and then he'd just yell at you, "Is like, ain't you even looking?
Yeah,
What's
when
your
it comes out,
harbor?"
he's
Yeah.
like, "Whoop, aren't you even looking?" It's great. Yeah, there's so many great like Captain Quinn quotes in that.
Because he's the best.
He
He's
is.
so quotable.
And then
He's
you
such
get
a
like
great
these
character.
different like in-game bonuses. You got to hit a billion things and stuff, and it's
Hit the fin because the fin will come up and go across it, but he only stays for like 8 seconds. It's really hard
yeah.
to
I
hit.
think we only hit it once or twice or something. And then like some things they were doing the what song do they sing together?
Oh,
it's a real
Show me
That's
the
like-
way to go home.
Yeah.
And so as the bonuses go in, they're singing that on the screen. It's so good.
Yeah, that game was awesome. Stranger Things.
The
was
Stranger
fun.
Things was fun. Yeah.
It's weird though
Especially
because
when you got to the weird bonus.
because the middle's just all white, which is kind of ugly. But then
Does
the
it
Demogorgon breaks through the wall, and then you gotta shoot the Demogorgon, and then it's cool.
Yep. And what's the old game, Neal? The
Monster Bash is awesome.
oh, that's like one of the all-time greats.
It's got the Universal Monsters.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And they're like a rock and roll group or something.
Yeah.
Like they do these weird things.
And then you can bring the Frankenstein monster to life, and so he's sitting there the whole time, but then he'll rise and then he'll walk out onto the game. And Dracula's coffin, he'll come out and he'll start moving around. The bride's head's popping up in the back. The mummy also can rise out of the tomb. You can see the creature. He's under the like the.
Oh, really? Like under
and
the.
he's like, "Rah," and he's like, it'll light up and you'll see him moving around. And then we never got the Wolfman, but I asked Jittery
nice.
John because he's the pinball man. He says there is no Wolfman figure. It's like a
Oh,
bone.
it's just that in the back
Oh.
screen.
Yeah.
All right.
Same thing with the
That's
Phantom.
sad.
Yeah.
So, what is the title of this? I sent you a couple pictures of Jaws to
okay.
share with the world. What's the name of this pinball? game
Monster Bash.
Monster.
Yeah, Monster Bash. And it's oh my god, it's so much fun. And I'm trying to there were other
it's
horror ones,
cute.
but I can't remember.
Elvira.
Oh yeah, the Elvira game was great too. 'Cause
I
when
think
you
that's
get
been
the
around,
bonus-
hasn't it?
This is her third game. This is the
Yeah,
first
okay.
one from Stern. But this is, I think, the third Elvira game. And so when you get the bonuses on it, she comes up and tells you, and you get like all these B movies. So
Oh, sweet.
One was it's the one with the giant buzzard creature and
Yeah, it had
Like the one from
the head that wouldn't die.
yeah, yep.
Cool.
And Night of the Living Dead.
The one that
Yeah,
I
it had-
couldn't remember was the hand of
Oh yeah, it was
Mouse?
weird though to me because like it was all like real B movie stuff, and then Night of the Living Dead, which I guess is a B movie, but it's like a much like more high.
Yeah, it
not,
didn't
I don't know,
belong
it's a
in
much
there with
more
the rest of
prestigious
those.
film than the other ones.
oh yeah, yep.
It's not a
Yep.
beautiful picture because it
That's
was tiny.
great though. You
but
could see
some
like
people get
everything
the
going
idea.
on.
Yeah.
And then when
you
you
get
would
the
hit this
idea.
little thing by
Look
the
at that.
shark. Oh, there
Man,
it
these
is.
are
Yep.
low quality. I've got definitely have to actually click on these pictures and not just screen capture tiny things.
But at least that one will give you, because you can see Dracula's coffin on the side, and that's where he
All right,
slides
this is
out
gonna
of.
be better. Yeah, bear with me while I actually get a good quality picture to share with our
Then
viewing
there was a
audience.
Jurassic Park game. It was a lot of fun. The Godzilla game was great too. We
Which
fought a ton
Godzilla?
of
Like
different
old
giant-
school Godzilla?
No, this is the brandy new one. It's like
Yeah,
2
it's
years
pretty
old.
wild.
Wow. Favorite
Dave wants to know what.
Universal.
I mean, the Frankenstein's monster is my favorite, but Invisible Man is the most underrated.
There you go.
I mean,
Probably
I kinda
Frankenstein
love all of
Monster,
them.
my fave, and then Bride of Frankenstein, my favorite Universal film.
Movie, yeah. And then I'm also like the Wolfman.
Oh, Wolfman's always
Bill Oberst was wearing a Wolfman lapel pin, which is really
There's
cool.
a lot of wolf
Nice.
things going on this evening.
That's true. It's a wolfy feel today.
Yeah, yeah. I think my favorite probably is Frankenstein's monster. Frankenstein the movie is awesome, but the monster is probably has to be my favorite. It's
The
he's so
creature,
great.
the doctor is really. I think the doctor is the underrated villain, though. So.
Oh, without a doubt.
I mean, who doesn't love him?
Oh, the monster.
But he's not a
is.
monster.
But but he's the villain, I think, though, the doctor. So.
Sure. The creature isn't.
Oh,
The
Vector,
creature
yeah.
is a victim. He didn't do it. He didn't ask to be born. But I like Invisible Man. I also like The Mummy. Maybe
Yeah,
more
Mummy's
than
great.
I should, but I do like it. He's just great. It's him.
Yep.
It's Boris Karloff.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Wolfman. I love watching the Wolfman. Like it's.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of times. There's a lot of walking around in that movie, but I still love it.
Bela Lugosi, the symbol that shows up on the hand. That's it's. I don't even think it's an actual pentagram or pentacle. It's just like this weird star-ish shape, which is fine.
Yep. Yeah, but it's so cool. Then the old gypsy lady steals that too.
Oh yeah, is she the one that was also in like there's a couple of these women that are in the Universal movies that are like kind of comic relief sorts of people?
Oh, like the one in Bride of Frankenstein and the
Yes.
Invisible Man. Yep. Oh my
Yes.
God, nice.
Wait, what?
It's
What is that?
alive.
Yeah. That's a good picture.
Yeah, this game is great.
But yeah, you could see the monster in the middle and like Dracula's coffin off to the right.
Mm-hmm. And not
Behind the
horror,
bride.
but the Black Knight game was really fun too.
Oh,
Black
Yeah,
Knight
that was a
Sword of
crazy
Rage.
one.
Yeah.
I
told
heard from you
Jittery
last
John, and he's like, "Well, which one?" I didn't realize there's multiple Black Knights ones. So this was the
Yeah,
newest.
this is
Black
the
Knight.
third incarnation, I guess.
So what is the Black Knight based on?
See that this is one that's not a licensed game, so it's just
Yeah,
the Black
so-
Knight. It's not like based on a movie or anything.
But
It's
they got a
just-
big
it's-
knight in the center
yeah,
of the game.
with
and
glowing red eyes, and he looks.
He's
pretty
got a
cool.
giant shield and like a morning star that spins.
Yeah, the only
when you
thing I
hit
thought was
the
weird was
wall.
called Sword of Rage, but he had a spinning morning star, so that
Yeah.
he didn't even have a sword.
I gotta see
You're
this.
calling bullshit on the Black Knight. aren't you?
Yeah.
he's
Foo
awesome.
Fighters, the Foo Fighters game, we couldn't do shit on it, honestly. But
No, we were pretty bad on that. In the 007 game, we really sucked. But then we
I'm not
discovered
good at
the thing.
pinball at all.
Yeah, but that's okay. But that's
Yeah,
perfect.
neither are
Like,
we,
you
but
know,
we
when
like
all
playing
go
them,
to
so.
the thing. We found that if you go to the Stern website, you can download the app, and it keeps track of all your scores on.
So it was really cool. You go up, you can do the QR code, and then you just put it
Yeah.
over the game, and then it would pop up Nasty Neal on the game. I was like, that's cool.
Get out. That's awesome.
So you're no longer ever just player one or player two. Boom.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. It's
Yeah,
a
that
whole new
place-
world of pinball.
Yeah,
Yep.
place is awesome. And amazing, I know it's a horse show, but amazing burgers after at Haven
Oh my God.
Brothers.
And what you
Just-
think?
I
Neal?
honestly
Did I
think it was the
steer you
best
wrong
burger I ever had. Yeah, it was all the pizza
about
was
the pizza?
great. Yeah, we had
Rigatini's.
pizza. It was definitely my cheat day. Had pizza, and then we had burgers, but it was awfully good.
That's what I told B, because she's like, "Why are you home so late?" And I was like, "Well, after we had the pizza, then went to the arcade." Neal said, "Well, we should probably go and see if the burger place is open 1 a.m." And I was like, "Absolutely, we
Yeah,
should."
Yeah,
Providence.
man, time for Troy to live life.
Providence
That's it,
stuff's
I'm retired.
open at night.
That's true. That's like, it's way more New York than it is Boston, Providence.
Yeah, that's nice.
I love
And
Providence.
yeah, you could walk
Yeah.
all around. We parked. It was free parking.
Lights
and then-
everywhere. Yep. Trash barrels everywhere on the streets. And
yeah, that's
and
true.
things open late night,
The
which was
burgers
really,
were
really cool.
Wow.
I was like, I'll get the double murder burger, and Troy started laughing.
What is it? Bacon and like a bacon burger?
Yeah, it's bacon, cheese.
Poor Dave is like,
It was so
Good
good.
job.
And the
But it
fries
wa-
were ridiculously
Yeah,
good.
but it was like 7 hours after we had ate the pizza.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
like we just
yeah. I mean,
it was
judgments.
It was really good. Then they had these things which kind of reminded me. I remember you used
Once
to
you
get
try
some
the
kinda-
Haven burger at the
Oh, so
Haven
good.
food, you'll understand. You'll be like, "Yep,
So good.
4
That's
a.m.
been
is a
there
good
since
time to get."
they started. I
God.
thought they started in the 50s. I looked it up. They've been around since 1893.
Yeah, they're the longest running like food truck kind of.
That's crazy.
Diner
oh my
thing.
God. They didn't
They
have
also-
This
trucks
is like
then.
the
What they do have a
fourth
horse-drawn
generation.
cart?
They must have. They
Yeah.
must have.
And they also had things called fat subs. And
Fat
it was chicken tenders and mozzarella sticks in a sub, and then your choice of marinara sauce or
That sounds
See.
foolishly
buffalo.
good.
So
And
I
was
get
like,
the fat isn't about the sub.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't. That sounds awfully good, honestly.
it sure does.
But the burgers. But yeah, that's cool. I know I only go there like once a year or something. But we need to go again, and you need to
yeah.
come out. It's really fun. We
Yeah, that'd be
played
awesome.
air hockey. We ended up tied actually. I won the first one. Troy won the second
Ooh,
one. We didn't do a
nice.
tiebreaker because the next one we played didn't work. I think
You went
Yeah.
Tuesday night or
Yep.
Monday night?
Monday, Tuesday night.
Monday night would be better. Well, I don't know what
okay.
I don't know what's going on in my life, but I'm studying.
But I mean, sometime down the
Tuesdays.
road, you know.
Yes, I will be studying for my license exam
No, very cool.
on Tuesdays. Yes.
Well, then
The
we'll go to
four-way,
celebrate afterwards.
Yes.
The 4-way air hockey. I don't think there was a way to play 3 players.
No, that one didn't have a drop down, so we'd have
So,
to. If we get leather,
one person is like.
That's true. You could be like, if you had an octopus at the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing if I'm trying to because I'm hopefully Larry's got the right time here.
Well, it's the same time as us. Oh
I
wait,
know.
no, he's not in New York. He's in California, right?
Oh.
No, he's in New York.
He is in New York. Okay. Larry.
Just talk about something real quick while I'm just
Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, let me tell you.
Well, there is I was talking about an exploitation, and we started on all
he's
our
here.
repeat-
He's here. Well,
Awesome.
hello.
Hey guys.
All right. I can't see you. It's fine, but with the audio's. Oh, there we go.
What's up, guys? I'm so sorry. Good Lord. It took me a minute to find a spot to do my thing. How are you?
Very
Very
good.
well. How are you, Larry?
I'm good.
The audio is a little crazy.
Yeah, we're hearing some echo.
Yeah, well, I mean, are we already on? Because I could get a mic. But
Yeah, we're live, but you have time to plug it in. It's no big deal.
go do your thing. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, that'll be better. I'm just gonna mute him for the moment.
Wow, your voice is so different when I hear it.
Well, you normally don't hear my voice.
It's different.
You normally
Like I hear your voice now, but then through that, it's like an
Ah.
extra filter, and it's suave. I don't know.
The hell? I'm maybe I should always have that.
I know.
But no, this will be cool. We're gonna talk.
Nuns?
Huh?
Nuns?
Nuns.
Nope.
Well, I think Larry's.
Oh.
He's. Oh. There we go. There we go. He's got like a pro mic going on. I thought he was gonna come back with like earbuds or something. He knows the deal.
I thought he had like some kind of evil banshee or something.
I almost thought it was like a drill or something.
Yeah.
Who's that?
All right, and I'm still
Yeah,
Nasty Neal.
And,
I remain terrible droid.
and this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by Larry Fessenden of Blackout and many other cool things.
Well,
Good to have you
is
back.
any
here.
of this working?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
So now we can
Okay.
hear him, but he can no longer hear us.
Oh wait.
Is it
He's
good?
back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Yes. We are now good.
Of course, now I can't hear you, so that's all.
Oh,
other
no.
thing. But it's fine. Let me fix that.
All right.
Should I talk more about the nuns?
Yeah, you can talk about some nuns if you want.
I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, well,
I lost the page.
Larry Fessenden's Blackout is coming out. Now I hear the echo again.
Oh man.
Oh, come on. Let's see. Does it work now?
We hear you fine.
We hear you fine.
But we echo.
Do you have earbuds or a headphone of any kind?
Yeah. All right.
All right, we're putting the man to work. Troy's getting attacked by a cat.
Yes.
Aww.
And Warlock saying hello.
Let's see.
There we
So
go. Then it'll be perfect right here in a second.
yeah.
See, I
We
can
were
already
talking
tell.
about the Devils, and Neal was liking it. Troy was hating it.
Yeah, we're gonna. Should we ask Larry what he thinks of the Devils?
Yes. Let's
I
see.
think I will be the odd
Hello.
man out on that
All
one then.
right, now how's it? We can hear you. No echo.
Okay.
Can you hear me? And,
Yeah.
I can hear you perfectly.
all right, let's do that.
All right, now we have Larry
I
here.
usually like to go au naturel, if you know what I'm saying.
I understand.
I understand. Modern world. It's fine.
Yeah, but we appreciate you have to put on all this paraphernalia.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my God.
He's doing what it takes.
All the kids.
Yeah, well, thanks, guys. It's nice to be here one way or the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always great having you.
So before we talk about Blackout, before you came on, we were talking about nunsploitation movies, and we were split. Annabelle and I are fans of what was the movie we were talking?
Ken Russell's The Devils.
Yes, but Troy is not. So, are you a fan of Ken Russell's The Devils?
It's been a minute, so I don't know. Yeah, I prefer that to what was the alternative?
That's true. I don't know what the alternative is, but the alternative.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, are you including like The Nun?
Oh no!
It's much better than The Nun, I would say.
No.
Yeah,
Nothing against The
exactly.
Nun up there. Any Nun fans?
Yeah, there's an
Now we're
article
getting
put
into-
out. What's that?
Go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say we were. I was reading through this 5 nunsploitation horror films that are on this week because this new nun thing came out, and they're all older.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would have even Alucarda. It's Mexican horror.
Cool.
Dark Waters is old, so just some stuff. So it sounds like
There's the Japanese movie or the Korean, whatever. Yeah.
I don't know. They all seem like they're
Yeah.
from like the 60s and 70s. But at any rate, now we've got you. Nuns can go on the shelf.
Well, nuns used to be scary. Like there's in Repulsion by Roman Polanski. You know, he looks out the window and the nuns are playing basketball. So it's an old trope from the 60s, like that nuns were scary, because I think a lot of people were truly going to Catholic school, and now it's more of a callback, and so I don't know how much it hangs, but obviously the nun, whatever the hell that thing was popular. So I don't know. It's just,
People dig them. So oddly enough, earlier in the show, Bill Oberst Jr. was on, and he had a Wolfman lapel pin, and it kind of brought this whole show together. It was like it's a Wolfman themed show.
Nothing
I
wrong with
love
that.
it.
It wasn't
Yeah,
planned.
there's nothing wrong with that. It's true.
Very true. Yeah.
Troy has always got the voice of sort of the Yoda of the show. In my opinion.
I like that. I could live with that. I could definitely live with that.
Troy's recently retired, so he's going to be on the show more often now.
Oh, fantastic! Well,
It's gonna
that is
stay on for weeks at a time. You know. I'll never
blessings to all of us. Yeah.
So Blackout's coming out April 12th on VOD. This is very exciting. We got to see it at Brooklyn Horror Film Festival, which was a great time. So first of all, for people not aware yet, give them an idea of what Blackout is about.
Blackout is sort of my jam is to take these beloved classic old movies, for example, Wolfman from the black and white movies from Universal, and look at the stories again and update them into the modern world. So it's not like I'm doing cover songs, but I love werewolves, and we have a long history all into the 80s movies and so on, and so everyone should have a hand at a werewolf film, and that's what I've done. And so it's a story of a small town in contemporary America. They're divided for very well because we are divided, and so that's the story I tell. And there's a werewolf involved. Some people say not enough werewolf. Some people, there's many ways to take the movie in, but this is what I care about: is sort of the idea of these horror tropes that I love so much, living in conjunction with reality, which is almost like the way my brain works. I walk down the street, I see. Like, is there a Frankenstein movie in there? Is there a Frankenstein monster among us? So that's what I try to do. And as I say, it doesn't lean fully into the genre. So it is a special sauce that not everybody loves, but that's what I do.
So since you are, you talk about, loving the Universal monster movies, wanting to do, them in modern day. So how many times throughout the years did you like, I'm going to make my own werewolf movie? When did Blackout actually start in your mind?
I know it was on Tales from Beyond the Pale.
That's true. I did this, a segment of this piece was one of our audio dramas. Thank you, Annabelle. Tales from Beyond the Pale. Almost the same dialogue. It was that critical moment when you ask your friend to kill you. What would that be like? You see, I always look to these stories and say, what is a moment that would just be really weird to stage in a fairly straightforward way? Because naturally, you watch an old movie, and it's a little mannered, and you're like, yeah, but that's a really weird situation. What would that be like? So that's an example of how I enter into these storylines, and you just look at the dilemmas that the characters experience. Sometimes they have a problem with their dad. Sometimes they're, or whatever. Or they want to get married, like you look at Jekyll and Hyde, and he wants to get married, but he's got this little problem in the lab. So with the werewolf thing, I had focused on that. I'm also like, so you're trying to drive a car and the moon is full. How would that go? So I just like these kind of, just asking these basic questions. Next thing you know, I'll have a werewolf shopping. And even that does suddenly, I'm like, oh, note to self, just take a note. Anyway, that's the idea. And then to play it out and hopefully it becomes interesting as we can relate and realize there's an otherness, especially horror people. We live with that otherness. You go through your daily life and you're sort of aware of this other thing, and I would argue that even a normal person is aware of death and some of the darker themes, but they suppress it. They don't really think about it. So I try to make movies that bring that right into the daylight, as it were, or the moonlight. And so that's what I'm up to. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, I think that's a great answer.
That's awesome.
So, what about Alex Hurd as the lead Charlie? What was it about him that, this is the guy to play this character?
Well, I had met him on a film that I produced that was actually directed by my son, and it was Alex was it was a World War I period piece, and he had the hat on, the whole thing, and they were in a foxhole. That's the name of the movie, and I found him. Well, first of all, he's just a great committed actor. But in behind the scenes, we were chatting. We were talking about his father, and his father was a badass. He is William Hurt's son.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the actor who we know from, well, I don't know what broadcast news, but well, now I'm having a senior moment, but Altered States is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
So, I just I found that interesting, and Alex had his own bout with booze, and just like he was a really layered fellow. But he said that he came into acting through loving horror movies and the old Lon Chaney movies and this and that. So in the back of my mind, I said, "Wow, that's interesting." And there's something about his vulnerability and damaged qualities that is a Wolfman. That's the character that Lon Chaney played. That is in that story. You know, even Benicio del Toro also shows up in the modern version, and it's a damaged character. And I think by any account, when you tell that story, you're suggesting that person was vulnerable to the dark side, or I don't know, got bit for a reason, and so on and so on. This is how my mind works. Just if you're tracking it. So he just seemed like, oh my God, I can't believe I've met my Wolfman. So that's how I cast it, and then we made the movie from there.
I love that there's pictures of them in the movie.
Yeah.
There's actually pictures of him.
Yeah, well, that was, of course, a great privilege. And the truth is that we were working on the movie for a year at least, and then the dad did die, and so that's in the movie. I didn't suddenly write it. It's because all my movies have sort of stories about patriarchs and the things that our society sets up, and then we all have to react to it. I mean, I think that's an important theme in my films, is like we're all dealing with the terrible sins of our fathers, not our own fathers, because maybe my dad was a lovely guy, but societally, you know, whatever sins have brought us to here. So I'm interested in that, and then of course personally people have problems with their ancestry and so on. But there was Alex going through this, so it was just very poignant, and he brought that to the storyline as well.
There's something I brought up at Annabelle actually right after we watched it in Brooklyn, and I'm not a religious guy at all. Maybe the opposite, but I always think it's like a big cop out when the religious person in a movie is the villain. They're always, every time you see them, they're always going to be demonic or pedophile or something. But the preacher in the movie is like a good guy, and I actually like that about the movie a lot.
I love that you say that, because John, I don't think it's really exposing him in any way, but he's a great actor. He's been in maybe 15 of my movies. Glass Eye Pictures, and done great work at every level. He'll carry the spear, or he'll be the lead, and he's a genuinely religious fellow, and we have great times talking about that. And you know, the thing is if you're not judgmental, whether you're on the atheist side or agnostic or whatever these other nuances are, I love somebody who follows a sense of purpose and spiritual sense, and I believe strongly in morality and our obligation to our fellow citizens and brothers and sisters. So I can commune very easily with a religious person until they start wielding it like a club. That's the problem.
Right.
But the point is he was very appreciative that I didn't condescend to the man of the cloth. And so I appreciate that you mentioned that, Neal, because that was my purpose, to say, you know, these are actually important people in our society when they're articulate, and, you know, let's face it, when they're a little bit hip to the fact that he says the greatest line in the movie. He says to the werewolf, he says, well, you know, you're saying your problem is fantastical, but I believe in an all-knowing God. So I think I know a little about that. I would love a priest, and I've met such people that are modern enough to know that they are engaged in something that is out of the realm of the modern, and yet they're engaged in another level, and they can be a confidant.
Yeah. And also what you said about, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, Annabelle. It's just like when you said, like, unless someone wields it over you, but I mean, a lot of atheists will hold it over people. It's almost their own religion.
Oh, absolutely. We got problems on both sides now. I mean, that's a unique part of our history. Now both sides are fucking batshit crazy, meaning the left and the right. And I just want to escape under a hole. So what do? You make horror pictures.
Sorry, what were you about to say, Annabelle?
Well, I was kind of going to get into that. I really appreciate that you brought that into the movie because of what Neal's talking about. That some people just get offended at the idea that someone who is religious can actually be a decent person. It's like
no, that was the role. It's the role of religion in our societies, and well, you know, we can get political. I'm not afraid of it, but the fact is that, you know, Martin Luther King, obviously an upstanding citizen by many accounts, he drew from his religious background. A lot of the great thinkers and great speech makers drew on religious tenets. I think it's a little paranoid to say we can't reference that at all, when in fact it's really just sort of a structure. Clearly there's a universal truth, with or without the magic dust, about morality and kinship and camaraderie and community. And so this is the problem when you start nitpicking, like, where did that idea come from? And if you determine it's from a religious sect and then it has to be rejected, you're lost. You're sort of rejecting the history of humanity. So, I mean, but look, we're horror fans, and so we understand mythology. We understand how important it is. We understand werewolves, and tangentially, that is about religion. It's about mythology. We understand Zeus and, I don't know, whatever the dudes with the throwing lightning bolts, all these wonderful guys. The point is, I mean, honestly, if you really were to analyze my films, who has the time? But they're really about religion, our mythologies, what we believe in, and where reality betrays us. You know, even Blackout is about, like, are the silver bullets going to work? I mean, they always say things like, well, that's what it's supposed to do, right? So they're just like following, like, so you say you're a werewolf. Okay. Is it true, or are you just an alcoholic? So I made you the silver bullets because you asked me to, but is that going to work? You know, so I'm always playing with meaning, hopefully in a playful way. It's not heavy-handed. I'm not telling you should believe in one thing or another. I'm just saying, is any of the realities we build, are any of these storylines true? And yet, luckily, we get to watch a werewolf movie, so
that's all that really matters. Yeah,
that's all that matters in the end. That's my truth.
Well, you said some people said there's not enough werewolf in the movie, but the werewolf looks great. You do see a cool werewolf kill right at the beginning of the movie, and some great claws. And how about designing what your werewolf is going to look like?
So I made the werewolf with my pals Brian Spears and Peter Gerner, and of course their team. I'm not going to list everybody, but everybody was so appreciated. And you know, this is a low-budget movie. I did throw some money at them, so they didn't resent me, because I had to pull them out of Marvel TV shows and whatever. They've made their way in the world. They started pretty much with Glass Eye Picks, my company, and we made so many great movies together. I love them. And it was fun to say, hey, guys, let's do this. Let's make a werewolf movie. So my thing is that I grew up on this comic book called Werewolf by Night, drawn by Mike Plug, who's amazing. Yep. And, you know, Mike is famous, hopefully, for Werewolf by Night, Tomb of Dracula, Monster of Frankenstein. But he also did all the drawings for The Thing by John Carpenter. You know, so he's been around, and he's beloved. Troy knows who he is.
Oh, yeah.
He's got great lines, very angular way of depicting. You know, the irony is very much in the tradition of superheroes, that kind of buff physique, and angular movement. But I love him in particular. He used to work for. Anyway, I won't get into it. But he's a wonderful illustrator, and that comic book, at least the first couple of issues, captivated me. I went to Miramax, the company, years ago, and asked them if I could make Werewolf by Night.
That would have been so great.
Well, they said, "Who are you?" We thought, this is funny. Even in the '90s, they said, "We thought you were an independent filmmaker and wouldn't want to come into a studio." I'm like, "Oh my God, that's because no one will have me, and apparently you guys won't either. So fuck you." But anyway, years later, here I am making a movie for like $45 on the streets of Woodstock. No regrets. So Brian and Peter, we talked about. I wanted the flat-faced werewolf. I know it's something you have to now acknowledge because obviously in the '80s we had the snouts and all the great makeup experiences from Rick Baker and those dudes. But I love I want a Wolfman, maybe not a werewolf. I mean, whatever. I also don't like it when the werewolf turns fully into a wolf.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
It doesn't
That seems like a cop out.
Yeah, it's not that. The real tension is that you are kind of a man, but you've been consumed by whatever it is. Is it anger or nature or you've lost control, but you're. So I think that's visually what I wanted to convey. And then actually Alex Hurt, he worked out so much that he had the physique of a superhero, and I was like, I don't need to cover this up with some kind of suit with a couple of hairs on it, because you need a lot of money to make every hair perfect, and even for that matter, the suit to conform. So I said, fuck it. I mean, it's a psychological story. I hope you get a good werewolf face. I love it. His claws. He's definitely difficult. He's a difficult guy to have around. But it's still. But you also see the physique in there, the man in there. So it's about, and even on the. I mean, sorry guys, I'll shut up in a second. But it's like
we're here.
Yeah, we're going.
It's the idea, I put the werewolf on the poster as we went on, and I'm working with a company that had certain hopes as well, and so they're like, let's be bold. And so my point is, like, this isn't a movie where I'm going to reveal the werewolf. No, that's a great other kind of movie. This is a movie about what it's like to be a werewolf. So I'm going to say, this is the guy, and then let's work. Let's enjoy the film from there, and sort of try to understand what he's going through, and so that was sort of a notion.
And it's not just the story of him being like a monster. He has a life. This guy has a life, and there are villains in that life.
Yeah.
Just rewatched it again. I love it when he's got that guy. I won't get into detail, but he's got that guy with the handcuff. That scene is amazing. But yeah, all of these different things that are going on, and I think it's so. I'm glad you mentioned about him being having this face that's more like a man, because we're not focused on, wow, this is a cool werewolf, this is cool looking. It's about this is a person.
Yeah, you're almost like, wait, I mean, and then when he goes to, let's just remain vague, but visit his girlfriend, it's like, is this just a bad breakup scene, or is this a werewolf scene? I wanted to tread that line, and I appreciate we'll call it the handcuff moment, but the whole idea of weaponizing, like, what if you were a werewolf? You'd say, I wonder what I can do with this, create a circumstance where I get a little revenge or whatever. So all of those were the ideas, like, because most of the great werewolf movies have been made, and I know there are more to be filmed, and that's wonderful too, but this was just my angle on it.
Yeah, you want to do something different with it. Talk about great. I like Jeremy Holmes' characters reaching out for help, and at the same time, you see the claw reaching back, and I was like,
yeah, well,
awesome. I appreciate
that, and honestly, the other thing about movies is the reason I love movies is the craft, and just as I love that you cite that because it's just the counterpoint of a human hand coming this way, and then you see the claw this way, and there's something delicious about that. It couldn't be. There's no special effects. It's just your brain goes, oh shit, and that's because of the language of film, because the two images are opposed to each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's my appreciation of of film, and that's why I still love it and defend it. You know, I'm famous for bitching about TV and good TV shows, but TV is just an endless wash of content, and they're often that you're following the story, which is great. But I'm not a story guy. I'm a texture guy. I want to see the craft, not to watch craft, but just the way a story can be told. The juxtaposition of fast cutting and slow cutting and this and that. So those are the things that interest me. It's why I'm very happy in the independent world without my budgets, because, you know, in the end, even with a lot of money, it's still the choice of lenses, and it's that simple thing of montage to putting the images together. So I just love, Neal, that you mentioned something so simple as that. It's something delicious about it, because you're like, ooh, that's so creepy. Because it's the human hand and the naughty hand.
Yeah, it's more of an. We've seen scenes where people reach into just like an unknown hole, and it's almost like that idea, but you're actually seeing the other side of that hole while they're reaching into it.
It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, you know, there are better filmmakers who can really tweak that. But I still love the challenge of trying to get those moments. You know, that's why I always celebrate Hitchcock. He always said, I can play the audience like a fiddle, you know, because he just knew.
He wasn't lying either. You know?
Yeah, he wasn't lying. He was it was fun.
Yeah. When Annabelle and I were in LA recently, we went to what's the theater we went to that played old Hitchcock movies, and it's the Tarantino theater.
The Tarantino theater.
Oh yeah, sweet. Yeah.
And they showed his first talkie, which I'd never seen before.
Oh wow!
I can't say it was great. Yeah, Hitchcock's first talking film, and I can't say it was great, but it was just cool to watch it.
Yeah, and you could recognize, right, the technique.
Yeah, and apparently, because then we looked after, like, apparently they started filming it as a silent film, and then like the technology advanced while they were making it, and then he decided to make it into a talkie. And
well, is it the Lodger? The Lodger?
I can't remember the name of it. I honestly don't remember the name.
Did it have the? I mean, he's so insane. Did it have the feet pacing on the ceiling? Because he did this scene in a movie called The Lodger, which is a Jack the Ripper story, but it was silent. Okay, yeah, it was still silent, and so in order to show that people could hear the footsteps above him, he had a glass ceiling created, and you could see the feet. So you're watching it, but you're like, oh, I know that sound of like clop, 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 clop. So whatever, he was so bananas.
I know what I wanted to say. It was because it's very strange, the woman's voice, and then we found out that the woman like had a really like a foreign accent. And so they had someone doing her voice, but they did it on set. So someone was offset talking for her as opposed to like, you know, adding it in later. And I was like, this is really just a very, very, I guess they didn't know what to do at the time, but it was very, very weird and interesting. I can't say it was good, but it was interesting to find out about.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. And that's the old cliche that, you know, necessity breeds all kind of weird shit. You know, they couldn't quite figure out the technology, so they're going to do this. And then you're like, that was haunting.
Yeah, there was something just odd about it that someone else was like doing the voice and they're directly offset. So.
And now you remember it.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
Now we're talking about it.
Yeah. I thought it was cool when we saw the movie in Brooklyn, and then you did the Q&A after, and someone asked about some specific shots in the movie, and you're like, oh, that's like a shot in I can't remember what movie they said, but like a classic werewolf movie. And you had brought up that it's not necessarily like, oh, I want to put this shot in my movie. This is just stuff that's like ingrained in your mind, like different shots, and just your love of film is just there. And so it's not like I'm going to do this. It's just this is a shot that looks cool to me, and maybe I'd seen it before, but maybe I didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a really delicate relationship between my memories and then sort of acknowledging this is an homage shot. But I don't really like going in with the whole idea that I'm going to nudge and wink at the audience. That's sort of what I'm resisting when saying, oh, that's the shot from Poltergeist. It's like, all right, you're absolutely right. Like I have that in one of my old films called Wendigo. The kid goes up and touches the TV. But it came out of wanting the kid to go and touch the TV, not because there are ghosts inside, but because he's like, what, there's no, internet up here? Or, so it was a whole other context. But as I staged it, I was like, oh, well, this is obviously a Poltergeist thing, and that's fun too. But as I say, I don't want to be sitting there going to the audience, look, I'm so clever, and you remember this one, don't you? And furthermore, I can double you there. So I want the audience in the moment, in the movie itself. But I think what I was probably saying in the Q&A is like, but I grew up on all these movies. And so even on set, I'll say, oh, we're going to do the taxi driver shot. If I mount a camera on the front of a car, well, that just reminds me of a technique used in Taxi Driver. It's not, I'm not referencing Taxi Driver in that moment. That wouldn't be helpful. So
yeah, it's something someone created that you are using to make your own movie.
Yeah, and it's a technique. If you have a Steadicam, am I going to call it the shining shot? No. Although if I am going down a hallway and somebody's driving a big wheel, maybe that's the shining shot.
We don't have the video of this, but we actually did do that once. Annabelle and I had I went down the
convention.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It was the shining shot.
Yeah. I had him in front of me doing this.
Oh, perfect.
So we did not have a tricycle.
No.
Well, that's a whole budgetary thing. I'm completely very sympathetic.
Exactly. This was before I stopped drinking, and I did. Let's be honest, I'd still do it today, so I don't know what that.
I'd like to see the before and the after series of videos.
There's quite. I don't know. We might get like canceled on some of the old ones. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you can blame the booze. It's all good.
They are much different. We still have fun though. I think.
We still have fun, but it was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not in a bad way.
Speaking of which, what's Troy doing? He's off like
I don't know.
He's like,
Troy's probably 5 dogs.
He does have, he's got
There's a
3 dogs, 2 cats, and a tortoise. So they may have
I know.
him.
The tortoise got away. He's running after him. Ooh.
You know what? His tortoise did get away, and they went and found it. And it I don't even know how this happened, but it got out and it ran away to like a lake nearby, and I don't know how they ever found it, but they did find it.
I feel bad for it. He was like, I was so close.
I know. I'm like, well, maybe did he really want to be in the lake?
Right? Just let him be.
Doesn't he get like hamburger from Troy and all those things?
Troy, bring him back.
We must be talking about Hal.
Let him back.
So when I was born, my brothers were so upset that my parents gave them a turtle, and it was this big, and 12 years later it was this big, and he ate hamburger, and he wasn't named Hal, but my brother's name is Hal, just so you know. The turtle's name was Coco.
Okay.
So there you go.
Ours is a marginated tortoise, and so she's probably, I don't know, about yay big. She's about the size of like a dinner plate.
Oh wow,
big.
And and she only eats greens. She was when we first got her. She was the size of a quarter. And I named her Hal because, well, named him Hal because he would climb things, jump off. He was like a stunt man. So I'm like, oh, he's like Hal Needham. So he became Hal. And then when we took him to the vet, and they're like, yeah, well, she is really healthy. I'm like, well, how can you tell? And they're like, well, the base of the shell, if it's concave, it's a male. If it's flat, it's a female, because if it's a male, it's got to climb, it's got to mount the female. And if, it would just fall off. Otherwise, can't be a lesbian tortoise, I guess, And so, so she became Hallie after that. So she's still Hal.
That's lovely. Well, you can call her, you can refer to them as they, and they'll be right up to date, and all will be well. So that's fantastic.
And he had to will it to somebody.
No, they had to. Oh, he had to will it. Yeah.
To be I think they lived to be 150 or something. So
yeah. So the nephews would come over, and they're like, Uncle Troy, how old is Hal? I'm like, oh, about 6. And you're at the time I was 50. Yeah. How long do you think Hal's gonna live? Oh, probably about 100 years.
You're trying to find out if they're going to be.
Yeah, and I'm like, don't knock me down the stairs. There's plenty of time, guys. You'll have plenty of time.
All right. So is that the only thing in your will? Is there anything else, or are we going to get fucking Hal?
Yeah, that's true. So yeah. One will get the comic collection, the other one will get Hal.
Yeah. Oh my God, Uncle Troy, you're worthless.
He's heard that before.
Yeah.
Just by me.
That can be your threat. Like, you're going to be the kid. Hey, if you don't shape up, you are going to be the one that gets Hal.
Yeah, it's true. It's like you're going to get the comic or the fucking turtle.
So over the last a lot lately, we've had a lot of we call them Larry Fessenden alumni. People who started with you and making their own stuff now. And what's that feeling like for you to okay, as someone who was helping me with stuff, and now they went out into the world and they're making their own films.
It's fantastic, man. It makes me feel like I've done my job. I really come into it with the hopes of inspiring young filmmakers find their voice, feel like they're on to something. I mean, it's not like I'll take anybody. It's usually some encounter. I get a lot of emails, and that's very sweet, and I try to be respectful, but I don't really know. I'm not sitting around trying to analyze what's going to be a hit, who's going to be a keeper. And I know there are many people I probably missed, but through more one-on-one encounters and so on, and often it's been interns, people have worked for me, they work their way up, and we all find a common language. Often that's why they like Glass Eye, and that's why they want to be involved. So, as I say, there's no formula, and I'm getting older, so I'm less inclined to all this, but my basic thing has always been, I love the impulse to make art that matters, or that connects, or that's personal. I want people to express something real. There's so much crap out there. Not that it's even bad crap, but it's just art for the sake of it. That has no interest. And that's why I find AI so funny. It's like, okay, let me get it straight. So we don't have enough artists and enough people who want to express themselves. Now we need robots to make art because we're so lazy to even make our own art. I mean, I'm sure there's people who engage with AI and they have all the best intentions and they're creative, but I just find the whole premise so dumb. And that's the world I'm not interested in. So what I've tried to do is just take people who have an impulse and then encourage them to do something in the moment that matters. And it's really difficult because it's trying to express something of themselves. And then the fact that it's in the horror genre is extra credit, but it's not essential. And then I've done what I can for whoever I could. And I love that a lot of people have done well. Many people have done better than me, like Ty West, Kelly Reichert outside of the genre. and Jim Mickle and Jen Wexler, lots of people doing really great work, but they're also unsung people, and I have always had an affection for unsung artists. I play music with a pal. He's never made it, but he's a great songwriter. We're making a record right now, and so on and so on. And the point is art is an incredible way to handle the anxieties of life and to share and have a community. I think the current distribution experience is troubling, but we can get into all that. Or better yet, let's not. We all know it's a problem. But at its most fundamental, I'm just interested in people feeling like they can express themselves, and I've tried to encourage that.
Did you have someone like that for you, or did you have like a certain mentor or mentors?
No, I always say that's why I do it. Because it's not like I'm a sad fellow, and I had teachers that I loved or this or that, but I never quite had that. I had a couple of great producers, and I had a couple of other things that really were seminal, and I realized how much it mattered to me to have that support. But I have said in the past, I don't wish anything. I don't, as I say, I'm not really leaning into any kind of sad story, but I am saying I think it's a really important thing to have a mentor. And no, I didn't have one. I'm not recreating something that I had and passing it on. I'm creating it from the beginning. My parents were lovely. They didn't understand how to help the arts. They were in other things. So, blah, blah, blah. No sad story here, but
I like that. I like that. Like, you didn't have someone to help you, guide you to what you ended up doing, but now you can,
yeah, and I think that's what people need, because it's tough trying to be creative. I mean, I think a lot of this has changed. Now it's got another vibe, and you can be a Instagram person, or I'm not quite sure. I don't even understand it entirely, because as you can tell, I just like movies. I don't. There's a lot of other things that are. I don't have a TikTok channel, although I can cut a rug. I just, I don't know where to begin with all of that. And how to become noticed. I'm interested. Believe me. Let me be clear. Last thought is just I'm interested in how humanity is fucking up so badly. So in the end, my stories are about. They're not a lecture. They're not a polemic, but they're about like trying to search for meaning. We talked about religion already. This is a very erudite show, but the point is like I'm interested in the meaning of life and how it intersects with monsters and fantasy, and how all those things are our way of groping with reality, which is, let's face it, brutal and indifferent. So then you're like always in a conversation with fantasy, oh wow, wouldn't it be great if there was a Sauron or whatever the Lord of the Rings shit is? I don't quite know, but there was a big eye and a bad guy and a ring and a little guy, and wouldn't that be also great? And it helps us define the reality. Or what was the fucking whale doing with the Moby Dick? I never understood these stories, but I know they were trying to figure things out, and that's what I thought art was supposed to be, not just like endless TV shows that just go on and on and on.
I think part of that is that people are so scared of the world, that this constant like being entertained and TikTok and all this constant is because people do not want to think about what's actually going on.
Yeah, I agree. And it used to be that art was supposed to be a solace. But, there are a lot of other things that have changed. Like, we don't have any nature to, we're in our phones and in our cities. And maybe you guys live in the country and you're like, fuck the country. I don't know where you are. But the point is that there used to be this thing bigger than us. And for a long time, it was talked about as if it was God. But the reality is we had a relationship to nature and trees and seasons, and there was something sort of beautiful. It gave you a sense of built-in humility. Now everybody just thinks they're cock of the walk. they're on the thing and the humming, and they're not paying attention. They don't notice the seasons. So when you talk about climate change, they're like, I don't know, what the fuck? It's either warm or cold. When it's warm, it's what I like. And,
I turn on the air conditioner, or I
I got my air conditioner. As long as I'm comfortable, that's what matters. And I got my delivery, my shopping, and it's just like, oh my God, what wretched creatures we've become. Just like basically so selfish. It's almost unbelievable. And then, and I don't like this politician. He said that. And oh my God, I can't take it. So I surely do want a big monster to come and stomp on us.
I like the punchline.
We deserve it. Did anybody see Shin Godzilla? What a beautiful movie! I was crying.
I was.
Godzilla -1.
Yeah, I loved it. It was my favorite Godzilla movie. I thought it was great.
I kind of agree. I love to say I don't cry during a lot of Godzilla movies. I was like, by the way, how cool! I hope you didn't trouble yourselves to watch the Oscars, but they did win, and they brought up their toys to the stage. It was
how cool is that? Yeah,
my favorite thing ever on the planet Earth.
Get those little things, like you look around and you're like, wow, I don't know, shit's going to hell, and then you're like, but then you see something like that, you're like, okay,
that was beautiful.
Yeah, not everything's bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Troy and I played some Godzilla pinball Tuesday night.
Which was very
fun. Nice. That sounds like a good,
pretty awesome
time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My arm, I feel really lame because my arms are sore from playing so much pinball.
that is troubling, man. If that was your exercise, I can tell you it didn't even register on your step count, so you're fucked.
That's true, actually. I do walk a lot, but I do not play pinball a lot. So it's a really big workout, the pinball.
Oh shit.
But I also Annabelle and I saw you on the big screen a couple times. So we saw. Well, we didn't see you in Blackout. You're not in Blackout, but we did see you in Killers of the Flower Moon. So that was very exciting. And
I didn't even realize it. I was like, oh my God, that's Larry.
Well, congrats for noticing. My friends, I have, one friend, I like to tease her. She saw it and she watched the whole movie and she's like, were you in it?
Oh, no.
That's like, good Lord. Anyway,
you were great.
I guess my hair was combed, excuse me. But I showed my mother a picture from the movie, not even from the movie, but just when I was on set and all dolled up with the suit. She's like, oh, can we have that on the mantelpiece? Because you look so nice compared to the way you usually look. So Marty, he really made me look good. Yeah, it was good. My mother liked it.
So how did that come about? I'm sorry.
Well, I auditioned for several roles, and I did get a couple roles. I was going to be Leo's sidekick. I don't quite know what that means because I've seen the movie a couple times, and I'm not sure. But
that is, yeah.
So they wrote him out.
That's true.
Yeah.
We can't get Larry. Forget this.
Oh, on the contrary, I was ready to go down there. I would have been down there for like 4 months. I'm so blessed. They cut the character, and then I was sad, obviously, because Marty means the world to me. But then the movie wrapped, and I was like, I guess that is never going to happen. And then they called and said, well, there's a coda, and we're filming in the Bronx. And I was like, well, that's considerably more convenient. And so then I went up, and it was wonderful because maybe you guys know I have done a radio show, so it was kind of fun. I've done a horror radio show in my own life, and then I'm in a radio play in their thing. And it was just fantastic, and we rehearsed. I mean, this is Hollywood, so it's probably in the movie for 6 minutes, maybe less, 4. But of course, it took 4 days and rehearsals and haircuts and voice not training, but speech coaches, everything, every detail was so beautiful. Just the depth And you know, when a movie costs $200 million, at least you're like, oh well, that's because they're sort of taking care of business and being thoughtful. So it was cool. I mean, I always say to these big filmmakers that I love, I would love to see them make a low budget movie again because I know they have the chops. But you have to acknowledge that they're in a bigger world and they're getting advice and they're taking care of every detail, and that's beautiful too. Like every costume has been carefully analyzed. So whatever, but the bottom line, never mind all that. Martin Scorsese is an amazing character to be in his presence. He's funny, he's smart, he teases you. He knows who I am, he knows who Ty West is, he knows who Kelly Reichardt is. He's like, you know, I really like The Innkeepers. That's his favorite Ty West movie.
Oh, awesome.
Which is beautiful. And he knows my friend Kelly Reichardt, who's not a hard director. But, so he's just fully aware. He knows what I do. He's like, you know, how long is this setup going to take? Larry would have made 3 movies by now. So he, you know, he understands that I'm a low-budget filmmaker that puts a lot of movies out or product. And so just wonderful. Just so smart and so engaged in what he's doing.
I'm a huge Scorsese fan, but that makes me like him even more now.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, you know, I say when you see those performances, I have a strep throat, so I've been up all night with my sad little voice, and so I just watched The Irishman. I'll tell you, if you're sick, you can watch a Scorsese movie. It'll take you through the whole night, and it's such a great picture.
I love it. I don't understand. There's like some hate for it. I was lucky. I saw it in the theater. It had a real limited release, and
yeah, me too. People love to hate. It's not even we're talking about people. But I'll tell you what, you realize that there's so much love and attention to detail, and those are his peeps. You know, he's working with his old comrades, Pesci and De Niro. But then, you know, then comes Al just chewing up the scenery. It's also fun, and you just realize this is the thing that I experienced briefly, is that Marty's creating a real community of collaboration. There's a seriousness and there's a sense of play, a sense of discovery. He's not indulgent. It's not a Kubrick thing. They're not 80 takes, but you're going to do it. And you can tell he's editing in his mind, and he's like, okay, we got it. We're going to move on. It's just beautiful to watch. You're watching a world-class craftsman. Say that 6 times.
And I read the book, and Joe Pesci really nailed that character, especially when they're older. Really great when he's old, and he's like he finds religion in the end of the book.
Yeah, I know, that's amazing.
And he just kind of De Niro's character, the Irishman, he's like, he didn't quite understand why he's going to church and all this stuff, and he just kind of looks at him like, you'll understand, and it's like, then when he starts to realize, you know, he's coming to the end of his life, he, you know, wants to make amends for all the terrible things he's done. It's a really great thing in the book.
Yeah, and he's with the priest at the end.
Yeah, and they really nailed it in the movie, I think, without explaining it too much.
Dude, I agree. And also, I think another thing is people are like, well, we don't need to hear another gangster movie from an old white guy. This was happening, especially when woke was really taking a grip. Well, it's one friend, but it scarred me for life. And I was like, wait a minute. This is an artist who has been feeding us the greatest works of cinema for 30 years, and now you're going to suddenly call him an old white guy? But my real point is that Marty he's made a movie about what it's like getting old. I mean, that's what The Irishman is. And, you know, we know the CGI is a little funky because they were struggling and they're old guys and they don't know how to use the new technology. But it doesn't matter. The intention and the storytelling is all there. And I think of all people, Scorsese has a right to make a movie about getting old. That's what was so beautiful. I felt they were all grappling with that. And then they went on to make another masterpiece afterwards. So good for them.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll be fine. Never mind the chattering classes.
I'm glad to hear this though, because I see a lot of hate for it. I think it's a great movie, and I'm glad that you agree.
Yeah,
I kind of forgot how good Pesci was.
Yeah,
Dude,
it was awesome to see him come back.
I mean,
you kind of forget, man.
This is the thing. That's the other thing is these and De Niro. But I want to stay on Pesci. You're absolutely right. It's an amazing performance. Invisible because he's not saying, what? Am I funny? Am I funny?
Oh yeah. You're waiting for that.
We love these guys for the histrionics, but or their antics, whatever the word is. But the thing is he's so good and in command. And as you say, just get it. I don't know. I agree. I think it's Pesci's finest hour.
It is really. Yeah, I just want to see more of the guy now. Like, come
yeah. Although
back.
they had to beg him. It's so beautiful.
Yeah,
That's the other thing. Marty's always begging everybody to, like Bob the Butcher is.
Oh yeah, that's another.
Only because I guess he sent Leo out to snag the big fish and bring in Daniel Day. But anyway, it's all beautiful. Those guys are so cool. I mean, they're not just filmmakers. They're somehow, well, at least to my mind, they're like a community you grow up with. And what the fuck are they gonna do next? They're so badass.
Yeah,
they're badass.
And De Niro's character in Killers of the Flower Moon, that's like such an evil character, and he's like plays it so well because he's like this charismatic guy, but when you start to really think about it, like this guy's just pure evil,
Well, that's why I think that's the best movie of the year, because it really is a portrait of what's wrong with America, or just how deep that assumption is of, and racism makes it seem topical. It's not that. It's just that some things that there's just an assumption that some people deserve everything, and also it's like, I'm sure De Niro loved the Indians the way you love your cattle, but you're going to kill them eventually because they serve you a purpose, and that's what that character is so sinister.
Oh yeah,
it's a great portrait of the rot in America, which isn't pervasive, but that the basic assumption that we have to be aware of, this kind of
and it's not even just good enough to be wealthy, it's like to even be more wealthy.
And also, and Leo keeps saying, I love that money, and you're like, what are you talking about? What are you saying? Money is just an exchange in order to get something else. He's not saying I love a big house, it's just I love money. So it's like you're saying, Neal, it's just like I just want more of it, whatever. So those are the things, and you have to be cautious if the country's dialogue has veered into that, then we're in a problem. And then when you look at a period piece that suggests it's been there all along, you're like, oh darn.
And it's so funny because you have people that are bordering on poverty, lower income people that look to these moguls as like, oh, someday I can be that. And it's no, because this person is taking advantage of you to stay there and keep you there. But giving you this fantasy that you're going to get to be that way.
It's the great contradiction, like the no moneyed person saying, no taxes, don't tax the rich. And you're like, wait, why? And they're like, one day I'll be rich. And you're like, okay. Okay.
Hold your breath on that one.
Yeah. Oh dear, what a poor little country we're in. Let's see how we do. We got some scary stuff ahead.
Yeah. So, will there be a physical release for Blackout?
You better believe it. I put it in my fucking contract.
Oh, good.
I don't care if 7 people buy it. Those are 7 people I want to get to know. I really believe in that, because I also make making ofs, and I like the whole fanfare. It's funny you mentioned it. Speaking of killers, I'm almost obsessive. I go on the internet all the time and say, when is the Blu-ray coming out? And it is true that I'm in it, so I want to sort of have that as a little trophy. But I bought The Irishman, of course, is sitting there on Netflix. I watch it on Netflix quite often, just like dip in. But the box is important to me, and I can't stand not having the Killer's box on the shelf. So I do care about Blu-rays for all those reasons. But, you know, it's the other thing. You have a shelf, and a lot of people will listen to me, and they'll go, yeah, well, we grew up. We don't have a lot of room, Larry, and so we did lose our shit now. Or, you know, get rid of our boxes. I get it. But for me, it's like a bookshelf where you can just scan the books and you absorb all those ideas in a flash. You don't have to read them, God forbid. But you're, you know, if they're books you care about or have read, and same with movies, you know, it's such a nice reminder of like, these are the ones I care about. These are the ones on my shelf. I've seen other great movies, but these are the ones I'm sort of highlighting, and they're a guide to me. So a book of poems or this or that, same vibe. Anyway, that's my thing. Yes, I think it's a fall release though, which I don't mind. I'm not impatient.
Yeah. Will there be a commentary track or anything? I'm a fan of commentary track.
Yes, I definitely will do that. In fact, it's funny because I read some reviews and I get so annoyed, and I'm like, "Fuck you! Where you hear the commentary?" So I'm gonna have a commentary. So it's gonna be a Blu-ray that's gonna have 20 commentary tracks, and each one I'm going to be yelling at an individual review.
That's the balls. I love it. I love it.
This one's for you, Mac. You said this scene didn't work. Fuck you.
You told me a copy.
I'm holding you to that. I want the Larry rebuttal on these.
That's
things.
right, the rebuttal.
That's awesome.
Blackout, the rebuttal Blu-ray.
Well, obviously, I know you're kidding around stuff, but do reviews. How do they affect you?
No, go
on. How do reviews affect you?
Look, I understand. Like for Blackout, there's a lot of love, so that's really a relief because at first you just want to know, like, because I'm fairly isolated. There's something about where I am in my career. I tried for many, many decades to fit into Hollywood and get the big gigs and all of that. But now I'm kind of like, you know what? I'm winding down. I'm going to do my Masterverse, all these weird, eccentric things that I'm just doing. And I can work with a smaller amount of money. And so I'm going to try to bring that project home. Obviously, it'd be amazing to have a final chapter where suddenly I get more money. All I'm getting at is that, so then, if you're so isolated, then you're curious by the reviews, like, did anybody get it? And so it did matter. I premiered at Fantasia, and we got a lot of nice support. But then, and then some of the bad reviews that always land on a pun, like, this werewolf film didn't bite. And you're like, okay, that's fine. They're not into it, and then they're going to just do that. But then there are some that get under your skin. It's kind of interesting. Like if they really miss the mark, and you're like, wait a minute, that's not true. Like they say a performance was bad, it wasn't. And you're like, that's weird. So, you know, it also depends what side of the bed you got off on. But I'm not one of these guys that's going to say, I never read reviews. Because, you know, I'm also a businessman and a producer, and I'm like, this matters. This is, when I was young, I had a movie called Habit, and I had a week run at a New York theater, and that was a big deal. I got it myself. I didn't have a distributor. And then the New York Times came out, and they said, Habit is anemic, or some stupid pun. And like this reviewer, he usually reviewed children's movies. It was just like the whole thing was a bad fit. He didn't give me any credit for the effort. And I was like, this is exactly what's wrong with film criticism. He's just being douchey. And that was years ago. So imagine now. So all I'm getting at is that they cut my run in half. So it's a business thing, too.
Oh.
And I want my tomato meter to be at least over 80. And now it just dropped because of two guys from the same site prattling on. I don't even know what it is. I can't really keep track of it. But I'm just saying, yeah, it does matter.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to say something with the genre that isn't the genre. You know, I understand there are better horror movies, scarier horror movies. I love good horror movies. But then there's a bunch of repetitive stuff, and those are those. And then there's what I'm doing, which isn't that remarkable, but it's specific. And I just think it'd be nice to be able to have an expanse of response. Blah, 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 dude. Let's face it. I don't like that
I love Habit, by the way. It's amazing.
Yay. I would have got a full week if you were in control.
But honestly, let's so we get a lot of like movies sent to us for the show, and to me the worst stuff is something that's like so almost like they just made a movie because they had some money, and it's like this same. It's a haunted house movie. There's nothing. It's technically well made, but it's like something you've seen a million times. No one really looks like they're even having fun making it, and I know they would. But then I could see something that maybe technically is poorly made, but either they're having fun making it, or they're saying something original. And I'll look over all the technical faults of it.
Oh,
and
definitely.
That's much more fun for me to watch.
Oh, that's always the case. And this is the thing about horror is you don't need a movie star. You just need that. Especially when the agenda is something creepy or some kind of psychological thing, or somebody's working out their shit. That's something that's exciting about horror now. I think it's accepted that horror is a way of dealing with anxieties and fears and suppress this and that and identity problems and all that. So it's what it always has been, but now overtly so. And I think it's a landscape for a lot of people to express something, and so you can feel there's real personal stuff going on in horror movies, and or just I think Blair Witch, and the point is that there's ways. I mean, movies can get really creepy, and that's exciting. I never saw the movie that I was intrigued by, but I know it divided audiences. What's it called? Skinamarink or whatever? That weird.
Actually, oddly you say that. Jamie Hill from Skinamarink was in the chat earlier.
Oh, that's so sweet. Well, let me just say, without seeing it, that's my kind of picture. I mean, that is just,
She plays the voice of the mom.
Nice. So, I just think that's so. I don't know. I get excited by that kind of thing. But as you see, I haven't seen it because I can't be bothered to watch movies.
Yeah, but
I'm running out of time. I'm an old guy, man.
But it is better. There's like either people absolutely loved it or like, oh my god, and no one's just like, nah, whatever.
Yeah, but that's a good movie already.
Yeah, that's actually
you get a reaction either way.
Yeah.
That I think sometimes, because if you look at you're talking about Rotten Tomatoes, and like a movie that's got like 40 to 60%, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not good. It's just like it's got a lot of people that really liked it and a lot of people who didn't like it.
Absolutely.
So it's not necessarily a great way to like, oh, is this movie good or not?
Yeah, and Rotten Tomatoes is silly anyway because there's a lot of the people that qualify are so random, So, and I know that I referenced it. That's because, as I say, I'm sort of struggling.
Yeah. I mean, it is the big thing that's out there. I mean, you even see it in trailers, like 90% fresh or whatever.
Like, I know we're separate from because we are doing film-oriented things, but like IMDb, you could just go there and see 5 reviews the instant people can watch it, and they're all hateful. So I don't know who is like they'll have a terrible
I do think, like
rating.
Larry was saying, it can hurt the business. I've had people who someone on our site gave a bad review to, and they said they actually asked me if I could take it off because it was going to hurt their distribution, and I did because I mean it's not that important to me that it's on the website, and and they got like supposedly we're going to get good distribution. So, that kind of thing, I guess, can hurt or
more
help.
power to those people then, they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all tough, and you have to make your choices. I don't know if I would have. Yeah, look, it's always comes down to intention, and you just worry sometimes. Sometimes reviews are very sloppy, and you're like, is that really, your slapdash thing? As I say, with a lot of puns, werewolf puns or vampire puns, is like, have you considered the effort that I've made enough?
Yeah.
I understand if it didn't land, and I can be definitely told this stuff didn't work, but just to slapdash, whatever,
And also, if you said it was someone who does like reviews kids movies, I mean, this is probably not a movie they're gonna even
in their
want to go
wheelhouse,
see anyway. So, I always say on the show, like, I love Taxi Driver and Basket Case maybe equally, but do I know one's like a better movie, whatever that means? Yeah, but I love both movies and I can watch both of them all the time. So.
Well, that's a huge point, especially us. I did this thing, the Criterion Channel, or whatever it's called, The Closet. It's a pretty big honor to. Is that lighting better? I'm really concerned.
Yeah, it looks good. I think
the mood lighting is perfect.
Yeah, we're moving into the twilight of the interview. But I went to the Criterion place, and why am I telling this story? Well, all I'm saying is that they have Night of the Living Dead, and I'm sorry, that's just one of the greatest films ever made. No, it's not Taxi Driver, but it's where a movie lives in your memory and in your mind. So, Basket Case and Taxi Driver are very much the same. It doesn't mean, but we were sort of saying this earlier. It's not all about craft. It's about an intangible vibe, and so that's what's so cool about cinema. And I especially, that's why I love Horror People, because we understand that mood and vibe is sometimes as much as all the refinements. And believe me, I'm a film snob as well. I like other things, but in the end, it's mood and vibe, even in the other things. So I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. Are you gonna do? Are you doing any more Tales Beyond the Pale?
Oh, dude, we almost got another season launched, but my pal Glenn is making a movie, which is a blessing, and that's great, and it'll blow everyone's mind. It's nothing expected, and it is, talk about a long wait. He made a movie called I Saw the Dead, lovely film. That was years ago, but so all I'm saying is I'm kind of waiting around for Glenn, but we have a lot of scripts and artisans ready to go. That's such a beloved. So last night I had the strep, and so I watched the Irishman, and then finally it ended, and then I was like, what am I going to do now? And I started, rather than put on Killers, which would have taken me to dawn, I listened to some Tales, and that was a great pleasure, because I haven't heard them for a long time. Right?
Now you have memories of them that are different from like the audience experience. Right. But what are some of your favorite ones? I've heard all of them and super excited that you're going to make more of them. But what are your favorites?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, obviously you remember doing the live ones, because that was intense. I mean, you only record those performances once. Yeah. And the one I listened to is a minor one, but it's where I'm a crazy ventriloquist doll. Lester, and I'm playing Lester, and he's a really bad guy. And it was just fun to hear it, because I couldn't even remember. I wrote the thing, and it was the sequel to One of the Grudge. But anyway, I couldn't even remember what was going to happen. And I was like, wow, we really went for it. This is bananas.
Was it 2 or 3 parts in that story?
Yeah, Glenn's is really eccentric, and it has Barbara Crampton, and they burn a baby in the fireplace. It's like, what am I listening to? And then I did a sequel because that was just we were at Overlook, or it was a Stanley Film Festival in those days, and so we just had the idea like, oh, wouldn't that be cool if there was a sequel, like 100 years later, a new paranormal group. So as I say, mine is sort of riffing on the solid piece that Glenn had made, but it's pretty fun. And then the doll gets to come back, so that's good. But other ones, I mean, once my friend was killed in a car accident, and like 2 weeks later, we did a tale of it. It's one of my most extensive, profound tales. I think I cried on stage, not to be performative. I was suppressing it, but this was such an incredible thing to be able to have a way to express oneself, and then Blackout was a tale at first, which is sweet, just a fraction of it.
Was the one with your friend about when the son and him?
Yes, in the car. It was called Who Killed Johnny Bernard? And it's just the trick of fate that my friend, and I don't need to go on about it, but he was T-boned. He was killed in the morning taking his son to work. And so I play on the idea that you're not sure because it's a radio play. That's the funny thing. You realize the format. So the son doesn't know how to drive, and he's taking him. The dad is taking him early to soccer camp. And the son says, let me drive. So you don't know who's driving. And then there's an accident. And then I go into Hades, and he makes a deal with the devil. He says, oh, just let it be me, not the son. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. It's actually really complicated, but it was based on the funeral, and what my friend had done was sailed on clipper ships and swam with whales. And so I weave it into this thing, and I think it works. It's really a sweet story. And and that is what happened. So my son, my friend, he was crushed, and his son survived. So I proposed that in the story, you don't know who's driving. So that's sort of the mystery, and the idea is that he made a deal with this demon in the basement who's like, rah, rah. And of course, we've talked about religion today, so here's a story about religion. Can you make that deal? And anyway, so it's a tale I'm proud of because it was an expression of something, but it actually turned into a rather complex novella, so to speak. But we've had so many great ones that have been considerably lighter than that, and yet always, many comrades and many actors bringing their A game. It's been a great series, and then the irony is everything with my company we never quite know how to monetize, because that was before Serial, if you remember that. That was when people were like, oh, listening to audio is exciting. It was this fucking reality thing about that murder. We didn't know, and we still don't know whether that guy did it. It was very compelling, but it was sort of when everybody realized, oh, audio can be addictive. And then, so all the while we were making these cool audio films. So one day we'll monetize it, and I'll be 6 feet under.
Until then.
Yeah.
I love it. They're fantastic. I was trying to sell Neal on it, and I was like, you have to hear this one. You have to hear this one. The Mattress King.
Yes.
Oh my God.
On Halloween, we go to a 12-hour Halloween marathon every year. And so on the drive up, we listen to that. And then oddly enough, it's 2 headline movies, and then the rest are surprise movies. And the last one was The House of the Devil. So it was like, our Halloween was bookended by Larry Fessenden. So.
Well, I have your email saying that.
Yeah.
That's so sweet. Yeah, well, that was written by Clay McLeod Chapman, who's so wonderful in our group because he is a novelist, and what could be sweeter than an actual man of letters? He writes scary novels, and he's done many other things, written some movies and so on. But,
It was super creepy and also hilarious.
Yeah, I love
exactly. And that was live.
Yeah, that it is amazing that they come together. I know everybody's a professional, but it's just so many moving parts and so much going on. And listening to it, I can only imagine how awesome it would be to see this happening all on stage, because I know that no one's like physically performing, right?
No, well, that's what's cool is we're
Yeah.
all just into the mic. It's actually
Yeah.
very dry.
Yeah.
And yet, and you know, that's one of the things we say is to our fellow actors is you're just performing with the microphone. Don't look at your actor, which is the first rule of acting, is look people in the eye and react to them. It's like, no. Your scene partner is your microphone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fun. It's a different technique. Yeah.
Do you video record them too, just to save that part, or?
Sometimes, and for sure. And there's a great little documentary about Tales. I'll send you guys a link. It's fun.
Yeah,
It's
great.
just it's just season 2. I think we did live, and you get sort of a vibe what it was like. Vincent D'Onofrio and the recently passed what's his name, the guy with the bell.
Angus.
Oh,
Angus.
Angus.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think Angus he never did a live one.
Oh, he didn't do a live one. I know,
no, but he did some beautiful ones in the studio. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah.
Who was the person who passed?
Oh, Mark Margolis. You remember him? He's in Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah.
The guy with the bell.
Is in Oz. He's been in a million.
Yeah, he's been in the movie.
Yeah.
But Angus was a great guy. Did you know Angus very well, Angus Grimm?
Oh yeah, we met him on McKinney's film, whatever, and then he did 4 or 5 movies with us, and was a dear friend to the end, the very end.
Yeah.
So we're so lucky to have known him. And when people compare me to Roger Corman, I say, well, part of that is that we sort of dipped into the back catalog of actors and sort of invited them to do some of their last work with us, which is what Corman was doing.
Yeah.
So Angus was, of course, our dear friend and example of that.
One of my favorite interviews Annabelle I did was with Angus, and he knew he didn't have much time left, and he was like, he's talking about, but he's very he was just like happy with his life, and like it sounds like it would be sad, but it was like actually really uplifting, I thought.
Yeah,
I agree. Now listen, speaking of end of times, I got 8% on my thing.
All right,
Should
one last question from Dave.
We're gonna let this lock out.
What's your favorite recent film, Larry? Horror or otherwise?
You know what I'm going to answer? All of Us Strangers. And it is like a horror movie. It's a very surreal movie. It's about a dude whose parents have died in a car accident, and he's trying to figure out his life. But the technique is like a horror film. So only because I feel rushed, that is my answer. I love that movie. I recommend it to your horror fans.
Look for that one too.
I think it's beautiful. What is it?
I don't want to forget this question. I've forgotten it all the way. Who did the pen drawing in Blackout? It's like this long shot of the woods, and it's
nice.
So cool. It's in your movie. Who did it?
Check him out, John Mitchell. He worked for 2 years on all the paintings and drawings in the movie.
Wow.
And he invited me to sit for him as a painter. I mean, he liked my movies, so he said, "Will you come sit for me?" So I said, "Only if it's quick." So we did that, and we started talking, and then I invited him to do it. my thing's gonna go. Dudes, can I just say it's
All
so
right.
sweet? Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
anytime.
Larry, until next time, my friend.
Yeah. Well, I'm working on the next movie, so I hope to be back with y'all soon.
Definitely.
Fantastic.
Anytime.
Good to see you,
Yep,
Larry.
you're always an old friend coming back to
Love
see
you guys.
Take care, Larry. We love
Bye.
Take care of Hal. He's gonna outlive us all.
We're gonna will the show to Hal.
Exactly. Yeah.
He'll be dancing on our graves. All right.
Thanks again, Larry.
Bye. All right, that was amazing. Larry's the best.
Always.
He's still hearing us talking about how great he is. He's staying here, but that was that's one of my favorite interviews, I think.
Oh my God. Just always like better and better every time I see him.
Yeah, I love that. That was awesome.
Yep.
I also forgot to ask something I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask this when we were in Brooklyn,
movie
actually.
was tremendous too.
Yeah, I love
Go
Blackout.
see it if you can.
I forgot. I was gonna ask. I almost raised my hand to ask a question at the Q&A, and I saved it for this interview sometime. And maybe it's not that most important question, but I'm wondering how he got the deer shot at the beginning of the movie when the car is driving by.
Oh,
there's a deer just standing in the road, and then it drives right by, and I was like, "Was it just a happy accident or what?"
Stunt deer.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's good. It's good.
That deer trained for years to get.
Well, if he filmed this in Woodstock, I remember the first time I went to Woodstock, I had no idea. I was just driving around, and there were deer everywhere near the road. They had no fear. They were like, I think there's just kindness, so much kindness in the area of Woodstock.
They
that
just
the
feel
deer
it.
were just fine.
They're like,
It was really bizarre because around where I live now, there are still deer, but they're not just hanging out. Like there was one in a person's yard eating at the side of their mailbox.
Whoa.
It was just cool.
Yeah.
Maybe they just have a friendly deer.
They never pay attention to their signs either. I always wait at the deer crossing
Right.
sign. They never cross there. And then, like, I've been in search of a moose, and I don't think they really exist at all.
I don't think so either. But I also don't want to. No, wait a minute. I did see one, and it was sad because
Might have been two
it
guys in a
ran
moose costume.
across a vehicle that it destroyed.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So
I think it's a prop. They put like cement
was a
in like a fake moose and just shot it out at the
Fake
next car
news.
coming by.
Fake news. It's fake moose.
Fake moose.
Fake moose.
So everybody, it's on the 12th for Blackout. I loved it. It was great. I love seeing it at the theater, and it was cool watching it again because I noticed a lot of like the scene I was talking about, the hands. Like I knew it
I bet it
while
was
watching
wild
it
on the big
first
screen,
time.
though. I bet it was great.
Yeah, I noticed it more watching it the second time. You notice more stuff when you're watching it in the second.
Yes, and in the theater on the big screen, it's
Yeah.
very different.
We were and people was it was a
And then I
different.
forgot to ask Larry if he had seen the Werewolf by Night that they made for for the
that's one that's got a really split audience. Like you really loved it, and a lot of people loved it. I'll be honest, people that I trust seem to really like it, and people that I'm like, I don't know about these people, like did not like it. So it's probably a good
Who are those people, Neal?
It was Neal and Annabelle in a Halloween costume. There was no moose.
Ah, yep.
Don't spoil our upcoming Halloween costume.
Oh. And I'm gonna be so happy. I'll be like, I finally
Decimated
saw a
moose.
real moose. And
We're gonna go as roadkill. I couldn't find. I didn't have a werewolf shirt, which I don't know why I don't. But I put on
That's
my.
a great thing. You're a big fan. This is like the big year of the Yeti for you. You need a new Yeti sweater.
Well, you don't like this Yeti sweater?
I wear it a lot.
Well, I used to.
I had another one with the.
I had a Bigfoot
the
one.
cardigan.
Yeah,
the cardigan is pretty sweet.
I sold it because it's way too big.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Just get it tailored.
Probably two of you would fit in there.
I mean, I could just buy a new one.
I guess they still sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish. I know. It's very generous to spend. Like anybody that spends an hour with us is super generous.
Yeah,
and he's been sick.
Yeah.
and just lovely. But there's certainly many things to ask. Even,
We
because
could
I
rap
thought
with
about
that
this
guy all
movie.
night long. You know that.
Absolutely. But talking about this movie and that he's had this series of films that are universal and monster oriented, and people ask about this new Larry Fessenden movie. And I'll say to people, if you love Habit and Depraved, have you both seen those? They're so good. They're really so good. But this is very different style. They're all different style from each other. Habit, I mean, they're time like far apart. If you're looking at these three movies, there's a good amount of time between them.
Yep.
And the styles are very, very different. And the first two, I mean, maybe even the first two happen in cities, and there is more of like some kind of I don't want to say vibrance, because this one is also vibrant, but there is a different vibe. There's like a more I don't know how to put it. It's just a different vibe. I feel like this is Blackout, the environment that it's in, like the small town, and kind of getting more, even though there's less people around because it's not in a city, I feel like it includes more people. It's more about community in the small city than it was in a place with millions of people around. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does.
It's very, very different. It's not, I don't know. It's not like the first movie is loads of sex. The second movie, I feel like they're just different. I'm doing a terrible, terrible job of identifying it. Terrible, terrible, terrible. But it is a very different vibe. I'd say this is more like a classic horror movie, like Universal movie vibe.
I could see that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that Larry also likes The Irishman, because it's a great movie no matter what people will tell you on there. And yeah, some of the CG is a little wonky, but
it's easy to look over, Yeah.
I need to see it.
Yeah.
You'll like it. It's real good.
The book has great in parts, but I actually prefer, this is one where I actually prefer the movie.
But I think I like oh my God, who was it I was just talking about from that it
Joe
was so good
Pesci.
to have him back. Pesci, it's good to see like a subtle Pesci, where
Yeah,
he's not
great
so
at it.
over the top. It was so
He
good.
really, like I said, no, I'm glad Larry knows talk about this. I think he really nails that scene and what that whole scene's about.
Yeah, I have to say that you all talking about it made me much more interested in it.
Yes, that is the name of the book. I heard You Paint Houses.
Yeah.
Which, for people who don't know, that's code for murdering people, because you paint the house with you kill them and they're bringing. So that's how the book starts.
My secrets now.
I heard you paint houses. So yeah, the book. We don't need to go over the book, but some of the book is not great to me, because it's the real guy was telling people stories, and so it's all interesting, but there's a lot of stuff about when he's a kid and supposedly he's this real big ladies man, and they go into a lot of details about that, and it's kind of just comes off as him bragging about having sex with all these women when he's like a teenager or whatever. And maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, but it's not really that interesting. But the stuff after that to me is more interesting. And so they don't really have that at all in the movie.
Yeah, I'll have to see it. I like the idea of now, as I'm not old, but as I'm getting older, and so the idea of seeing something that is about these people who are not I'm very powerful, but people who are very powerful having to face change. That's what it sounds like is part of the movie. Maybe I'm reading
it is, and it's about coming to the end. The Joe Pesci character, he realizes he's not here forever, and he's very near the end. And do all these things he's done in his life, do they have consequences?
Interesting.
And so when he and it goes
is he
on
concerned
further
about
in
the
the book, but I
afterlife?
think in the movie, like I think they really capture it without explaining it so much, which I thought was good.
Is he concerned in the story about the afterlife?
Yes, yeah,
yeah.
And so that's why he starts going to church, and
Huh.
the Irishman's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You'll one day you'll see.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Interesting. Yeah, I know some. There's some of the people I know through my work, and that's part of their thing. Their fear of dying is.
And there's also a big part of the story is like these guys did all these things with like the idea like they're gonna have all this stuff, and they all end up just rotting away in prison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what did they get out of it?
Well, like Larry was saying, it's just money. Like, what are you gonna do with it? Is it gonna money can help, of course. Like, I'm sure, money to make movies is awesome, but just to have money, just to like fulfill your ego, it's not gonna get you healthy, positive, loving relationships. If you're
right, it's not the money; it's the what you can do with it.
Yeah.
And so it's a weird way to look at it, which a lot of people do.
Unfortunately, it's very true. I hear there's another person in my world who has a very high up job. They're very successful, and hearing about how they they get in these trips that are funded by the company and the cost of the rooms, and I'm like, it's just gross to me that people they just waste money. It's just wasted. I think about, working where I work and I mean, everybody can get the idea of if you've got like a room for someone that's thousands and thousands of dollars, and meanwhile you've got like a homeless person that needs to eat. I don't know. There's a lot of wasted money out there. So, boo capitalism.
So tomorrow, Annabelle and I will be heading to Boston Underground Film Festival.
I can't believe it's tomorrow.
That sounds like
I know.
fun.
I've got to pack.
Me
I don't
too.
really need to pack a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Which is
I
good,
need
but-
to like look at my outfits and then still feel dumb in them. I need clothes, man.
Should I wear this sweater?
No, if you wear it, you need to wash it. Be fresh.
I wear under.
No, that is not enough, dude. Please tell me that's not the rule you live by.
I'm not gonna wear it anyway because it's too.
Okay.
It'll be too hot in the theater.
It's not a good.
I
rule.
was just gonna wear it because it's like funny looking.
You can do that.
Is the theater warm
do
or
that.
is it a chilly theater?
Sometimes it's hot up in the thing. So,
Yeah,
but
if
it
you go
is
to the
weird
house,
because I don't know. I'm planning. No one really cares about this, but I'm planning on bringing my long jacket and a hoodie because I don't know. From one day to the next it's freezing and one day it's warm, and so I might.
Well, it is the springtime.
Yeah.
As it is with every spring, it's cold at night and warm at the day.
This happens actually every buff. One year I brought all my sweaters like that one, and then I didn't wear it because it was so warm. I actually have pictures of me wearing a Hawaiian shirt like most of the time. And then some of the other years it was absolutely freezing, so I was glad I wore my big long heavy coats.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll find out. And it's supposed to snow Sunday.
You're kidding me.
No, is it?
Oh,
How much?
Around here anyway, just an inch, but
All right, because I'm like,
fucking snow.
That's not good.
I
for
think
luck
just here on the
driving.
Cape, though. I think I don't know. Maybe they change. Hopefully, I haven't seen it since. It would pop up actually on my my computer. Pops up this stuff, and the last few days it said snow coming Sunday, but it hasn't said that today. So maybe that's not happening anymore.
Hopefully
But
not.
it does say
Oh,
low today 24. That's pretty cold out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, today was chilly. Yesterday was kind of chilly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was cold, but I'm a weakling to the cold now.
You mean you're like normal to cold now? Wait, what did John say? John must have said something.
See, if you had money, you could buy clothes.
Oh, John, don't be hating on the poor people.
I am wearing, actually, I don't know if I can get this in the shot, but I am wearing Yeti
I
Yeti
can't see it
pants.
because Nasty Neal is covering it. You gotta turn yourself the other direction.
I
You
just
gotta
do
go
this?
this way.
No,
I'm
I don't wanna do
scared.
that. You'll see my dirty floor. It's not dirty. I'm on the cement floor, so it looks weird. But
No, okay. Don't fall, man.
wearing Yeti pajama pants.
Yes, I think I've seen those on our travels.
Yeah, they're getting pretty worn out, but they're very comfy.
Don't wear them on our travels. They're getting worn
Well,
out.
I mean, they're just to sleep in.
Well, sometimes people's pajamas get worn out and, it's a little more airy.
I might have. Oh, yeah, I do have
You
a
guys
picture
are going to
of
see a
them.
bunch of movies,
Yeah.
and then when you get back, we're going to go see a movie. So,
Oh, that's right.
you're
So
gonna be all
yeah,
movied
Troy and
out
I are
next
going to the movies Monday. It's like Fright Unseen or something like that, and it's kind of cool. AMC, they're showing an advanced screening of a horror movie, but you don't know what it is. And so I assume it's probably something that people like want to go see because I don't know.
No,
But
because
anyway,
they did that before and it was something lame.
well, that was
was
when
it?
that was Halloween where they showed old ones, but this is an advanced
okay.
screening. It's a new movie coming out, but you don't know what it's going to be. And they are doing it in Boston stuff, but I didn't know if like I'd want to go back up to Boston, but they are showing it at Dartmouth, so we're going to go see it there.
Oh, no kidding. Cool.
So I
I'll
was
be
looking at
interested
like
to
the
know.
upcoming films, and so I'm thinking like the 5 that are coming out closest to it be Winnie the Pooh 2.
I don't think it'll be that, only because they're doing that's a Fathom Events like next weekend. So
Good.
What about this nun thing?
The first
Immaculate.
Oh, isn't that already out? Or
it came out, well, they showed it at Buff Wednesday, but I
okay.
I think it comes out next weekend.
But
I mean, if it's only a few days advanced, which I guess is possible, but
the one that really intrigues me, though, well, there's 2 that I'm hoping. One is Sting, because I watched the trailer.
Yeah, the giant spider movie looks awesome.
And that's supposed to be April the 12th.
Wow.
And then there's a crazy Nick Cage one coming out also on the 12th. Arcadian, which looks really, really good.
We
Have I seen
actually
the trailer for this?
No, I haven't seen it either. Our mom watched the new Nick
trailer.
Cage Devil movie. It's on Shudder. I was like, man, she's seen more movies than me. We actually
was that the one where he like hijacks a guy's car?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that would look good.
Yeah,
interesting.
We actually got email for interviews for Sting, which looks really good. And one of the ones I was really interested in is the effects guy who makes the giant monsters.
Yeah,
because he's he's from the studio. What's the studio?
Oh, the Weta Workshop.
Yeah, from the Weta Workshop. So he's worked on Lord of the Rings, but he goes way back. He actually worked on Dead Alive.
So he's been with Peter Jackson forever. So that's awesome.
And Meet the Feebles. I'm like, this guy rules.
Wow, it's amazing. It's awesome.
Now he's making a giant spider. I was like, this guy's rocks.
So that's what I'm hoping for. So it'll probably be Winnie the Pooh too.
I'm friends with well, I mean, not like I know the guy, but we're Twitter followers of each other. And he said, like, yes, I know the first one sucks, but supposedly and according to him, he wrote a great follow-up movie. He didn't write the first one. It's a different guy wrote this one. So I don't know. See.
I got a feeling I'm going to be fooled again on that one.
They are showing it in Boston, though, Annabelle. I saw it. Sometimes the Fathom events, they don't, but they are showing that one at the AMC in Boston. Winnie the Pooh too. If you like, I'm gonna go see it either way. But it would be cool to we can do a dinner and a movie, and we can eat honey. I don't know.
Oh, there you go. Get like a hot honey
Just
chicken
have, like-
or something.
Yeah.
Troy, were you really fooled by the first one? Did you think it was going to be amazing?
I thought, I don't know. I kind of blame Nasty Neal a little bit. He got my
What?
hopes up.
Mhm.
He was the one that was like, "This is going to be good stuff."
Well,
And
what's funny is
I went for the okey doke.
the stuff that some people hated about or said was bad about it was not bad. Like he looked fine.
Oh, the makeup was great. I loved
Yeah.
like the Pooh mask and
Mhm.
especially Piglet. He looked so great.
And there's a couple legit very good scenes when Piglet eats a guy's face.
Yep.
And when Winnie the Pooh is just a big ass bear monster and just rips a guy's face off. Great.
And then he grabs like an axe afterwards, and it's like, well, if you have a built-in like killer claw,
Yeah, it's stupid.
why would you ever grab like a hammer or something?
Yeah, and they use guns and they're driving cars. All that's just stupid. And then just random women sitting around in the hot tub. All that stuff sucks. But if you just would have kept them as monsters,
Mm-hmm.
and the animated opening, I thought was really well done.
So good. Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
So it had stuff there, but they just made it just a real basic, terrible horror, just the most run of the mill horror movie, and just stuck them in there killing people with weapons.
Well, I wonder if did they have any idea that it was going to be as big as it was?
I don't think so, because it made a lot of money, and that's why this one actually has a lot more money behind it. And it will be sad if this one legit
go for it, just because they were just making a whatever movie, and they're like, "Fuck it, we're just going to make this batshit crazy, and we're just going to do all the things," not thinking it was going to get as big as it was going to get.
So what would be sad is if the second one is legit good and no one sees it because the first one was so rotten.
Well, look what happened with Terrifier. I mean, not
That's
that
true.
the first one was bad.
No, I
no
kinda
one
liked it better, but yeah.
no one remember. I mean, people remember it, but it's not when people think of
the second one's the one
they
that
don't
really,
think of what is it, All Hallows Eve?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But they did
You
announce.
didn't even know what I'm talking about. Exactly.
They did announce that they're doing I don't know what they called it, but they're doing like the universe of these. So all the Winnie the Pooh and the evil Pinocchio and
Bambi.
Bam. I think the different Bambi, not vampire that we had
is,
on. But
yeah, not the same. Thankfully.
Yeah, this guy had crazy like giant stag antlers.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
I've talked to the vampire. I hate to say kids, but they're like kids to me, but they're super cool. And they're excited that Annabelle and I may be playing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game this weekend.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. We definitely should.
Yeah, they're gonna watch us live stream it.
Mm-hmm. Do we know anybody that's going to be there for Buff? Any Buff buddies?
Jim McDonough.
Will he be there every day?
No,
I didn't think so. He's a family man.
Yeah, he's too busy.
And he's got his own film. He's just amazingly chipping away at that movie, Manicorn, bit by bit. He'll show these green screen every once in a while. Like, man, this is a dedicated fellow. It's incredible his dedication to this.
Yeah,
because he's been working on it for a long time.
I just wanted to pitch about the Fessenden, and I'm not saying this to pat us the show on the back, but I was happy that he still remembered that I sent the email, because that makes me feel happy that it meant something to him that we went and for our Halloween was bookended by Larry Fessenden.
Or maybe he's like, "What the fuck, man?
Why
are you telling me this?" So he remembers.
I also
Glass half empty.
I also sent him the Fessenden house pics, because I on my walk I go by it. So there's a part of Sandwich. It's like the old money part of my town, like where all the houses they say like who originally owned them and the date. That's when I started walking this area, I started to get trailed by
pretentious
the
part of
police.
town.
Yes. And I thought at first, oh, I'm just overthinking, but it was like a month, and they just followed me around when I would walk down there, and then eventually they stopped. But anyway, one of the places is the Fessenden house, and it's got the big sign and says when it was the date it was built, whatever. But anyway, whenever I walk by it, in my mind it's the Larry Fessenden house.
That would be great.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I thought he was cool. He thought it was cool.
Think he told you there was no relation, though, right?
No, or he might have said I might have some relatives up in that area or something. But it was cool. I like it. But it's weird though.
Oh, drop something.
It's right next. It's actually right next to the public the torture things.
The what?
It's
like stockade.
Yeah, they get the stock and where you put your
like
feet
the
in.
Daniel Webster.
Yeah,
around there.
Yeah, it's really weird. We live around here, so you're used to it. But I wonder what people think if they come here for the first time and you walk by his place. It's a restaurant and an inn, and right outside they've got the stockade and
That means don't fuck around in that town, man.
I don't know. I guess having grown up in the area of the Puritans and seeing this, it's like normalized in New England, maybe to just have such an evil history.
Yeah, we'll have public stonings every Tuesday.
You can't open them; they have them like locked. Because I did one. Yeah, I wanted to take a picture. Of course, I tried. Who wouldn't walk by such a thing and not open them and try to get in?
Dave's got some comment here. I'm not sure what he means by this.
We all pretend the stockade was for throwing tomatoes, but we all know what they were doing.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's late night at the Daniel Webster Inn.
So it's really code for people going to that hotel.
Yep.
That's a special hotel.
I
like the one Neal was in
I
London.
go to the Daniel Webster Inn at night.
The Soho one I was at.
Yeah, Neal's kink hotel he was at in London.
Yep. It was a nice place.
No windows. Just
they throw the car keys into like the fishbowl at the end of the night.
I will say they said on the website it was soundproof, but I could hear what's going on. But it didn't have windows. That was weird. It had curtains, but you open the curtains, it was just the wall. But that was the big advertising thing, that it was no windows.
Is that near the Thornton Burgess
because
Museum?
It's
it was just Thornton Burgess's 150th birthday the other day.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Nice.
That's about the only thing Sandwich can say. Well, Thornton Burgess.
What about the Glass Museum?
Oh yeah, the Glass Museum too.
I have yet to see the Glass Museum.
You don't need to.
That's a shame. I haven't seen what is it? The Giants of Sandwich?
Yeah, they only have them lit up though in like the winter time.
Yes.
So come at a specific time. And you can watch Nasty Neal and I made a video of that, so you could.
Yeah, it was in the our local newspaper.
Wow.
That was the room.
That probably wasn't.
Yep.
And so it just has a bunny, no chairs,
stories.
There's no chairs of any kind.
Didn't you say there was like some kind of setup behind the bed?
Yeah, there's leather straps, the leather belts on the bed, on the bedpost. Like it was not really
I guess. What do you mean?
It was there's like behind those pillows. There's the white pillow behind that. There was this post. Not really a post, but it had leather belts on it.
You just have pictures of leather belts, though.
Yeah, I did. I'm trying to find them.
Where's that picture? I'm so curious about this arrangement. It just seems like that is not the place you take a black light. I was just, oh my God.
Well, I remember
man, I'm
the
trying
one
to
time I went
remember.
to a Motel 6, and we went in, and we went there because it was pet friendly. And so at the time, we had the Italian Greyhound. And we
Oh,
walked in, and Key jumped up into the bed and started eating whatever was on the bed. And we were like, yeah, okay, this is good. So our first thing was we went out to get some sheets for the bed and
oh my
bedspread.
God.
And yeah, like, no. So I
Neal
can't
went away.
recommend the, oh no. Can't
Well,
recommend
Neal
the
and I have
Motel
stayed
6.
at some pretty skanky places pretty much every time we go anywhere. Oh my God, the last place. Troy was talking about his Motel 6 experience with the dog eating some randomness off the bed. Gross. But the last place we were at, I don't remember what the hell was wrong with it. Everything. It was gross. But
Was
we
it someplace
survived.
nearby, or was it like
No.
Texas or something?
Where was that one? Where did we go? My God, I can't even keep track of things.
Was
Slate?
it Worcester?
Worcester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Worcester. I don't remember what was wrong with it. It was nasty though. There was like, there was like things that just were not clean. Like I spilt something in the bathroom sink, and I went to wipe it up, and it was like dirty. It's just dirty.
That's never
It was
good.
really dirty. It was yucky.
I can't find my
Go on,
sir.
To the world. The coffee machines, right, that seem really great in the room. Okay, I thought about this once. I'm like, all right, so if I have a coffee, right, then my instinct, if it was my own home, would to have the cup, and then when I'm done with that cup, I would then fill it with water to refill.
Oh yeah.
So you're getting people spit, whatever, that keeps this DNA factory just going and going and going. Don't use. That's my recommendation.
You probably want to go with the disposable cups on that one.
But my thought is that other people have been using them, and they're pouring their DNA. No, I can't do it.
That's all right. Most of the time, you get some crappy coffee makers at the. They usually give you those nasty Keurig things, and I hate those. If you like coffee scented hot water, they're okay.
Yeah, it sucks.
That's about it.
I'm trying to find these the belts, but I don't know where I posted these.
At Coast knows. Coffee machines, don't trust them. Don't. As soon as I thought of that in my mind, that people are reusing their cups to fill the water, like, fuck that. No. John saying he stays at Motel 5. He's going to work his way up.
Oh, there you go.
He's such a funny man. Bed bugs. You know, Coast, I think that I had a bed bug. A bed bug.
That's
some
my
kind of
nightmare.
miracle. Because we stayed at this, not Neal and I, person and I. We stayed at this nice New Englandy hotel. And it was like this old hotel, like, you know, like a bed and breakfast kind of thing.
Yep.
And it was small and whatever, cozy. But then I went home and I had a bite.
No.
Like, please no. And then it was the three. They call it breakfast, lunch, and dinner, apparently. So bed bugs
like a little triangle on you.
They can just, as long as it's 3 in the area, it's like they eat in 3s, and that's the.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They call it breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that's how you know there's bed bugs. So look at that.
There you go.
Dang, man, and it's got handles.
Wow.
Whoa! Wow.
That's kind of a cool
My
setup.
God, look at that. Jeez, is that a candle? What if I can't tell? It looks like it's
It
metal.
looks like it. It looks like
Yeah, I'm
maybe
not
it was
sure
like
what
a
it
big
was.
luggage or something that they turned into like the.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I
that's
like the
pretty
houndstooth pillows.
Yeah, those are pretty
They're nice.
badass.
Yeah.
It also had like
Bob
a
the drag queen would like those.
it
He
had a
always
pink
does the houndstooth.
it had a pink light in the corner too, like just like a pole that was just pink.
Huh. I don't know. I kind of dig the room.
I liked it.
Like,
It was even in the lobby they had a big giant bunny. They love the big bunnies around. As soon as you went in there, they didn't have a desk. Like when you went to check in, he's like, "Come over here," and you just sat on a couch with the guy, and he had like a laptop, and like it was very laid
What is
back.
the name of this place? I would love to look it up.
I forget offhand.
I'm so curious about the Love Shack.
Yeah.
In London.
Like Uncle Ernie's like Sin Hotel. Come on down.
The Den of Iniquity.
Yeah.
I will credit Sophia found the hotel.
Well, interesting. What is she trying to say there, Sophia?
But it was great. As soon as you got off, like literally, you get off so you take the tube from the airport to Soho. You get out of the Soho station, and the hotel's literally across the street.
Wow!
And then right around the corner was the theater. It was like literally like a 2-minute walk. It couldn't have been a better location.
Wow,
that's awesome!
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find this on my own and see what I come up with.
I'm trying to find it too.
I'm trying to Google search term.
Trying to find it
No.
here.
Oh.
It's near the Gordon Ramsay burger place.
Oh.
That helps at all. I don't know.
Big Pink Bunny. Aha! Assembly Covent Garden?
Might be it.
It's a big pink bunny on TripAdvisor. I don't want to join TripAdvisor. Leave me alone. Assembly Covent Garden.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, you can see the pink lights. I do see one room that actually has like a couch or something. Maybe you have to pay extra for that. But yeah, you can see the ones with the pink light. Just got like a pole on the wall. It's a pink, goes pink.
Whoa.
I guess they actually have some rooms with windows too. I got the special windowless.
Whoa, dude! I'm sorry, but
You can get truly kinky in there. Nobody can see what you're doing.
they took it down. So
No
they're
way!
on their own site. No, on their own site.
Oh no.
They have pictures of the hotel, and one of the pictures. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought it was. I'll share it with you, and you'll.
Yeah, this is the place. So
Oh goodness, it looks. I thought it was something that it isn't actually, but it's very. I felt it was suggestive. You all can be the judge. What is this? What is it? What are you sharing?
it's just a picture. It's hard to see here, but there's the pink light. That was on
Yeah, I
there.
see the pink light. I like the pink light.
Yeah.
So everything's
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like a pole, like a stripper.
No. Oh no. It was almost like a barber pole. Like it was just.
See,
pink.
I was thinking of like a.
I thought you meant they
street lamp
could get the whole place down. That would be.
No.
sad.
All right, I just shared a picture with you that I found on the site, and at first glance, I was like, "What is happening in this place?"
Do
you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
At first glance, and then I was like, "Wait a minute, I guess it's innocent." I guess it's innocent.
The only person that was in my room while I was there was Dobbs.
Well,
What about
why?
Minton? Or was he in his own room?
He wasn't there that year.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
When
when you see that was very small. It did not look the way it looks to y'all now, unless you're looking at it on a small screen. It is very, very, very much not looking like something that would be on a website for a hotel.
What
But-
happens in Soho stays in Soho.
Yeah. I mean, that's cool. People do their thing.
Yep.
That's fine. I'm not hating on it. Like, you can do people, you're all adults.
I woke up in a Soho bar where a policeman knew my name.
I'm a
He
big
said,
fan of
"You can
Soho."
go sleep at home tonight if you can get up and walk away." I staggered back to the underground and the breeze blew back my hair. I remember throwing punches around and raging from my chair. Who were you? See, this episode has a Who theme tonight.
Wow.
I think we
What is
started
this
out with the
song?
Who. Who are you?
Is that really? Those are the lyrics? Oh, it's
Yeah.
great. I like several months ago,
Didn't
I
have
got in
quite
this
the
huge
sultry,
Who
like
kick.
raspy thing.
Yeah, I got in this huge Who kick, and I listened to them for like a month. I just listened to the Who. It was awesome.
It's always good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my favorite Who album probably Who's Next. There's not a bad song on the whole album.
I was Spotifying it, but I'm going to check it out. What are some of the
Check
songs
out
off
the
of it?
album. My Wife, which is one of the few that John Entwistle, the
Entwistle.
Ox, does the vocals on.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see. One of the great songs on there is
Oh.
Love Ain't for Keeping, which is only like a minute and a half long. Great little song. Real beautiful song. Pete did a great job with that one. But there's not a bad song on the whole album.
Yeah, there's a lot of the classic, well-known, the Baba O'Reilly, Won't Get
Yep.
Old Again, Behind Blue Eyes. The big
Yeah.
uns.
Pete was on fire around that time. He knew what he was doing.
Meanwhile, Neal Jones is not involved in his own podcast.
No, Entwistle did
He
My
was
Wife.
singing. That's right. My life's in jeopardy. Murdered in cold blood is what I'm gonna be. I ain't been home since Friday night, and now my wife is coming after me. Gonna buy
Doesn't that
a
have
fast
horns in
car,
it?
put on. What's that? Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, and it's like airplane or something like
Yep.
that. Oh
Gonna
my god,
buy
that
a
song's
tank and
awesome.
an aeroplane.
Yeah.
When she catches up with me, won't be no time to explain. She thinks I've been with another woman, and that's enough to send her half insane. Gonna buy a fast car, put on my lead boots, and take a long, long drive. I may end up spending all my money, but I'll still be alive. It's a great one.
That's awesome.
But
You
yeah,
could
that
sing
one's
every
my
show,
favorite.
Troy. You're kind of like
I know all the lyrics. to,
spoken
like, all that
word.
shit.
Yeah.
The casual music talk is A-okay with Dave Deadman.
Mm-hmm.
Troy back is a welcome addition. I agree.
Yeah.
I feel good.
Yeah.
It's all
The
good.
Yoda of the show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Troy's been working on Troy's been working on some stuff for Arbor Day, so this is very
I got
exciting.
stuff
Oh,
going
how
on.
much can you reveal? I don't want to
well,
say too much myself because I feel like I don't know what I can say.
let me bring over what I've been
You can
working
do
on.
what you want.
Oh man. The people out in the audience, if you're unaware, Neal has been thinking about Arbor Day, the horror short, for years, and he's finally, whoa.
That is the skeleton.
Legit.
That's the skeleton for the hand of the tree.
Oh my god.
That can open and close. And that's some of the limbs sticking, the branches out.
Dang.
We're gonna put the tree stuff around
That
it.
thing is big. I can see
Yeah, it's very
Troy's
big.
hand in this
Yeah.
shot.
And it's
Holy
all
shit.
gonna be made very light.
Yeah.
So because originally we're gonna make it out of real wood, but it would have been way too heavy.
Yeah. Look at all those paints back there too. Oh my goodness. Super cool.
And here is one of the eyelids.
Sweet. It's awesome.
So I don't know. I would say so. We have some plans.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about how to do some stuff. So originally there wasn't gonna really be you weren't gonna, I don't give away too much, but originally it was just gonna be the hands, but there's gonna be more to it. So I'm thinking about starting a crowdfunder to help cover the cost. It won't be a ton of stuff, but I when I mentioned on Facebook, a few people already said they would donate. So I do want to get some better equipment. I want to get a boom mic.
You are beloved.
Thank you to folks who have been giving me some helpful advice on things. It's very helpful. And I want all three of us here involved.
Oh, hell
so
yeah.
That'll be nice. And some other people. So it'll be good. It'll be a good time. And so I don't want to get way ahead of
donate money for my gas.
Yeah, well, you know, if we have stuff, it would cover everything. Would also cover. I would like to get everyone, you know, pizza or something.
Oh yeah.
You know,
if I had a place to stay locally,
yeah,
that would be really helpful.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. You know, well, we'll put together a budget and see what happens. So
yeah.
Cool.
The branch arm is now about 9.5 feet long. So
nice.
That's crazy.
Should be cool. And I made it's nice and lightweight, so I think I'm trying to stick with that. So I don't want like a 50-pound fucking thing to hold one arm and a camera in the other.
Is part of the mechanism, because when I saw the hand through this pipe, it made me think of a snake, like a.
See, that's what I wanted to do originally, but I think I'm going to do a separate arm that moves. You know, like more of a close-up type thing.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
Because this one, I think the wires would be real long.
That's true. It'd be too much
but
room
I think
for
if
error.
we just do one that's like maybe a couple feet and then have the claw move on that. I think 3 fingers look good on the claw, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, definitely. I think that's how branches branch.
I think so.
Yeah. And they keep
pizza was to feed everybody.
To the perfect pizza. Yeah, donate to the perfect pizza. We can have what is the pizza place, Troy? They can like
Figadini's. That was but I think we're gonna have to raise some money to go to Figadini's.
That's in Providence too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, we can make it happen with enough funding. This is what the
we'll shoot on location.
But yeah, I want to do this. Yeah. But for years, so it'll be fun. And then I have other plans for other stuff, but we want to focus on one thing and see what happens.
I wish I could do that. That's my problem. I've got like 7 pokers in the fire right now, and that's one of them. And
yeah, well, I have many ideas, but I do sometimes get some of them done. So I mean, otherwise this show wouldn't exist.
Like,
I've been doing the Blood Bowl vampire team.
Cool.
They're pretty neat.
I love it.
They're minions.
You know what? We need the funds to buy Troy a new webcam.
Yeah, that would be kind of neat.
I gave him one not that long. I don't think he ever set it up.
I did, and it didn't work as well.
Oh, really?
This one, this one works better.
All right. Well, let me come over. Sometime I'm over there. Let me look at it. Maybe I can get it working.
Yeah, help this man.
Yeah.
You might just need better lighting, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, if it's a better webcam, you might need better because low lighting with an HD webcam will look very bad. So it's possibly just need a little better lighting. I don't know. Let me look at it sometime when I'm over there, and I'll see if I could.
Sounds good, Chief.
Mm-hmm. It's nice to have you no matter what, but when you show us like these very
I know
cool, I want a full appreciation as best I can have of these.
Yeah, that's true. They do look so bizarro when I'm putting them in for like the close up.
They're cool. I can tell that they're cool and they've got good color scheme. But then it's like
you can't see their like their decals, which are a pain in the ass.
No, definitely can't see that.
So this is me on the external webcam, and this is me on. I guess it's not much difference, is it? Never mind.
What changed?
Nothing. I don't think it let me change. But if I'm on the regular webcam for the laptop, it's not very good.
Oh, okay.
It is late for me, and you
Yeah,
guys
so-
stick around.
No, we should take
now
off. I
bedtime.
want to do laundry and
Oh,
pack
that's
my stuff,
right.
so.
I need to get my sleep.
I gotta take
I also
the
have
dogs
not
out
eaten.
too.
I've also not eaten dinner, so I
Oh.
probably should get a little something to eat.
I say Havens for cheeseburgers. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
It'll take me a while, but I'll see you.
Yeah.
I had I had haddock for lunch, but that was a long time ago.
Nice.
Haddock.
Yeah,
Haddock's always good.
I live on Cape, so I can get deals sometimes. So that's why I bring a backpack that is insulated. So when I see good deals on fish and meat, I can buy it and put it in my backpack, and it's not going to spoil.
Good thing.
That really is the reason why I have it. So anyway, next week we'll be back. Well, this weekend we'll be live at some at various points. I'm not sure when or whatever. So keep an eye on this.
I will. I'll be watching you
page.
guys play the game.
Yes. So keep an eye. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Hit the bell icon. Everything you can think of. Share it out to your buddies.
Just hit every goddamn thing you can find.
Follow us everywhere. And then next Thursday,
Put some
we'll be
reviews
back.
on IMDb too. Speaking of reviews, head on over to IMDb and show your love, because it's just nice to see. I don't know.
think it
if
helps
means
somehow,
anything to
too.
anyone, but it's nice to. It's just nice.
Yeah, if you're an audio person, just want the audio version. Well, if you want the video version, watch here on YouTube or Spotify. If you want the if you're just audio person, I know there's all different platforms, but Good Pods is the nicest one to us. So I would
Did you
recommend.
just make that name up? Good
No, they're
Pods.
good folks.
All right.
Good Pods. They actually put us up once in a while. Someone there likes us because they even put us up as their choice one week.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
top interview podcast. Weren't we like top 3?
Yeah, that was just and then just like one of the people was like one of their choice of podcast to check out.
Oh, too cool.
Really?
Yeah, it was
like that.
weird. It must have been like 2 regular folks because it was like it was like a real normal sounding thing, and then like this crazy picture of without your head with like a screaming woman. I was like, that's crazy, but I like it. And next week will be Alan Danziger from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre for
the anniversary.
40th anniversary. It's crazy. It's the 50th anniversary, I think.
Anniversary.
And also we will have the cast and crew of Just One Night, including Shannon Ford Chamley, who is also a promoter of her own festival, which looks like we'll be going to in, I think, November in Atlanta. So that'll be cool. So that'll be a fun show. They have an Indiegogo, so we'll talk about that next week. And big thanks to Debra Lamb, Todd E. Braley, Itai Guberman, Bill Oberst Jr., and Larry Fessenden.
Yay!
The hell of a
loaded show. Yeah,
it's been great.
Yeah.
Been great.
Yeah, and I appreciate Larry taking time to come on the show and do a longer interview with us.
He's a good dude.
Always
Good
great
dude.
to see you.
Yeah. And
Always great to see you too, crazy
you
kids.
as well.
Oh,
What is that?
I see.
My binoculars.
It's like this. So.
Yeah, but I do it like this.
Oh, we could
This is
also
the way
get
we
like
did
a
it
love
as
card
children.
going.
Yeah.
So
My arms hurt.
Can
though,
you do this?
From yeah.
Or your
I normally-
arms are too weak from pinball.
They are. They honestly do. I don't know. I'm too like intense of pinball players.
I know. It's like, rah.
The real thing was I just beating Troy's ass.
I know it's true. You get tired beating my ass. So kind of like your days in the in Soho with your bondage,
right?
I kind of miss the bunny. I have weird experiences. So there at the bunny when we did End Zone 2. My room had a little stuffed bear that also had like a leash around its neck. It's very weird.
And that also involves Sophia.
It's true. That's very true. Very true. I don't know what her deal is. But...
She's a consenting adult. She can do whatever she wants.
No, that was the one funny tale.
They let me in the
while you
casino this time too when we were in. So the year before when I went with Mitten, they just wouldn't let me in.
because you're a
That's because he's a
miscreant.
shady looking character.
Yeah, they thought you were going to cause trouble.
Yeah, there was.
Thought you were
They
going to
just,
bring out the belt.
this time they just said take the hat off, but last time they just wouldn't even let me in. Like just straight up,
Wow.
no, you can't come in.
What were you starting to say, Troy?
Oh, well, while Neal was in the Haven Burgers waiting for the burgers, I went out to have a smoke. A homeless guy came up and asked me if I wanted a blowjob.
Damn.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And I was like, well, you know,
I was wondering
appreciate
why.
the offer,
I was
but I'm
wondering where you went.
waiting for my friend in there, you know. And
When we were in Boston, the other last Wednesday there, and Troy and this homeless guy got used
light.
his lighter, and then he put his arm around Troy and he started and we thought he was just gonna puke on Troy.
yeah,
We're like,
which
what
would have been great. Like that'll teach me never give a guy a light, you know. Yeah.
You
and I was
both.
happy. I was happy that people were selling bootleg shirts outside the show.
That's true. That was kind of neat.
I was like, I haven't seen this since the '90s. Bootleg
I got
shirts.
a bootleg Peter Gabriel shirt.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I bought one last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was so happy. It was great, you know.
Yep.
Like
They're
you never
$40
see that
inside.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, $20 from the guy. It's like, wow, these are great quality too.
But I legit was worried. I was like, they're gonna know I bought this out here. So I took my hoodie off and put it on over my other shirt and then put the hoodie back.
The police will
Always
chase
go with
you.
layers.
Yeah. It worked out. All right. So
All
until
right.
next week, this is
Yes.
Nasty Neal.
Until this weekend.
Yes,
That
until
would
this
make me terrible Troy.
And I am Annabelle Lecter.
and this is without
Your
head.
Where is the video?